I just got out of surgery. I'm having problems with my heart and it won't work. I did some shit in my past and it's cursing me. I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna take birth from my I'm sweet as hell, just playing, but it ain't. My thing ain't going against the grain and she's stressing me. I pray to God that God have mercy. I'm living the crazy life. I just shot at a nigga for talking some shit on the game and paid the price. I was young in the rush for the money, my to save my life. And I should get saved tonight. If you want to do shit, we can get rich, shit, we can get paid tonight. It's all. Everybody, everybody, go down, down. Where you gonna go out? Shit, gotta think about it. 187. You know you gon' go to heaven. Gotta chalk that shit over. Hey, fight my demons. Fight my so many demons. Still, demons. Fight my demons. Fight my demons. Bye. It's me. It's still. What's going on with you? That's so bad. I'm fighting demons up in this ghost. Say, get with a beat up under my coat. Get hit in the sling if you want to smoke. That money be green, so niggas on. Come niggas so clean like have never they mad at me. Getting them ballin', get they toe. Tables turning, nigga, you know. My little money, no pro. My nigga follow me like the pro. I stand on my word, stand by the consequence. They say I'm hard, it's face for the compliment. I see it dead homie, y'all like confident, be the gang, and bitch, they cover shit. Don't wanna hear that shit. I gotta kill shit. Lead in the military. I can get ignorant. We not considerate. Niggas do silly shit. We get to drilling shit. Guilty and innocent. Don't give a fuck about a bystander. I can pull up in the Highlands. Don't take no slander. Don't take no slander. Everybody want the money, but don't want to go down, down, down. Gotta think about it. 187. Because the nigga you don't know if you gon' go to heaven. Gotta chalk that shit over and over, real talk. Fight my demons, fight my demons, so many demons. Me against these demons. It's these demons. Fight my demons, fight my demons. It's me. It's these demons. Living life encased in the idea that like I was punished. As I saw through the rubbish, my days of thugging get slow and ruggish. Idolize the puppets who control the public like a demons. Fight my demons. Bullets in abundance, anticipating what I know is coming. Demons, demons. All of a sudden, my future is sudden. Dark and muddy, hoping for sudden. Fight my demons, fight my demons, fighting my. Find peace. Grand Rising, Namaste, Ashe, salutations, Shalom. Welcome to this side of the rising. Hope everyone out there is doing great, having a great day, and are not allowing, things to bother them as much. A rebirth sometimes is a confirmation of a change. So if you are practicing Easter and everything like that, happy belated Easter. Um, but if you're going to um, need that which is, then that which is a change within inside oneself. So if you are, the resurrection, allow yourself to be resurrected into something new, a new state of being. Allow yourself to stand in truth and in light. And right now, a lot of truths are being revealed to us. You know what I mean? A lot of truths are going to be revealed to us. Right?
So that's what we're watching right now, you know. Everybody get those thumbs up if you can find a thumbs up. All right. If you
For
can
the
find a
past few
thumbs up.
years, Jaguar Wright has been
All right. So, you know, more recently, one of the things that's been out is, you know, the whole Jaguar Wright thing, you know. The truth of Jaguar Wright is being exposed. You know, other content creators are starting to pick up on it. I know in the Jaguar Wright sector, you guys only listen to the circle that you listen to, but you know, everyone else is exposing Jaguar Wright. See, a lot of people in the black tea sector, whatever sector you want to call this, they might not be getting the major news, the bigger news, other people that's exposing it, right? But I like to think, you know, once certain content creators pick up on it and they start exposing the BS, then people start seeing the truth, right? Like, I don't know why, but if a black person say something in this world, you know, a black man say something in this world, it's like, get out of here, he's lying, so on and so forth. But for some reason, y'all will listen to the other nationalities that speak against certain people in our community, not so much the black man, but once other people start speaking up, then you guys listen a little bit more or a little bit better. So, however you want to look at this, other people are exposing Jaguar Wright and more stuff. I was looking at the NASA footage of the space crew. It was a lot of exposure in that, as far as the wires being exposed, the green screen being exposed, the fact that the stuff that was floating, but his glasses case wasn't floating. I don't know if y'all watching like how they're trying to trick us. See, back in the day with television, they can tell a lie through a vision, you know what I mean? But now that they're trying to like stream some of this stuff and so on and so forth, it's so exposing right now. Like, it's crazy how exposing this stuff is now. So, you know, I guess, you know, what happened many moons ago, they will be recreating. And, you know, they even got a movie coming out called The Great Awakening, where they're falsifying like what the Great Awakening is. They're not letting you know that it's something inside of your DNA, fire code, so on and so forth. They're not doing none of that. They got it like it was the pilgrimage or some shit. Like the Great Awakening was the pilgrimage, or you know, so a lot of things is being, you know, the truths are being revealed. It's the only question is, do you choose to see them? Like, do you have the will to see these truths that's being revealed? Or are you still caught up with feelings and emotions and want to ignore different variations of truths that's being exposed to us?
a lightning rod for controversy. She has name dropped the biggest figures in entertainment, claiming to pull back the curtain on an industry she describes as deeply compromised. After pivoting away from her music career, she managed to build a massive new platform as an industry whistleblower. But we have to ask the critical question: was Jaguar Wright actually dismantling the system, or was she simply building a new door into it? This isn't just about one individual. From the ideological shifts of Candace Owens to the
Now, I want y'all to think about that one part right there. Is she building a different door into the industry? Yes, absolutely. Whether it be through storytelling online, streaming, content creating, whatever you want to call it, she created another door into the industry. Remember, she wasn't trying to fix the industry. She was saying, oh, that's why I'm coming out with cruelty free music. So you don't have to sign to Jay-Z or Diddy, so on and so forth, right? So she was not creating like a solution for the problem. She was just trying to find another way in. Go back and look at the people that she had around her. Ronnie Bo, inspiring to be a rapper. Big homie CC, inspiring to be a rapper, right? All of these people, they were in music videos, so on and so forth, right? So all she did was try to create a different door into that industry. That's all she did was try to create a different door into that industry. Think about it.
rebranding of Russell Brand, a distinct pattern is emerging. These figures aren't necessarily exposing the industry, they're using the narrative of exposure as a high stakes career pivot. Today, we are investigating the business of the whistleblowers and the figures who may be more performative than they are provocative. During the fall of Diddy, we witnessed the rapid ascent of Jaguar Wright. She was a highly talented artist who, for years, struggled to find a foothold in the mainstream. But what she did find was a compromised system bound by a code of silence. She turned that silence into her ultimate lifeline, becoming known for calling out the very corruption that others were too terrified to even acknowledge. A few years back, an interview she did with Real Life Productions seemed like just another viral clip, but little did she know.
Real Life Productions. Real Life Productions, Street Stars, whatever y'all want to call it. But see, if you really go back and look at Real Life Productions and how they conduct their business, they seem to be more a part of the putting people against each other and creating different variations of division, whether it be in the city or different variations. You go back and you look at Jaguar Wright scheming. She had Philadelphia. She had she had allegedly had a you know driving service. She's a scammer. She is a renowned scammer, or if not that, then you can say an opportunist, right? Somewhere along the line, Jaguar started seeking different variations of opportunities, whether it was the roots, the opportunity to sing, song cry, whatever. These were all opportunities that she kind of created for herself by sabotaging other people.
It would change her life forever. While it initially gained some traction, it wasn't until Diddy's legal situation intensified that this interview truly exploded. Millions watched as her warning about him appeared prophetic, and almost overnight, she gained a reputation as a credible whistleblower. Because her claims about Puff seemed validated, she successfully launched a second career as the internet's premier industry critic. In 2024, the best thing that could have happened for her brand finally occurred. Puff was arrested. This was the moment Jaguar transitioned from YouTube niche to mainstream fiction. Major media outlets were suddenly calling her name, and she landed on massive stage like Piers Morgan's Uncensored. She became the face of the resistance, pulling in millions of views and riding a wave of public fascination. But as the spotlight intensified, people began to notice a recurring problem. She could never actually provide the proof. Her receipts were always based on the claim of simply being there, and that narrative began to crumble when her specific stories were debunked. With her credibility fracturing, her second chance at that spotlight began to fade. Today, Jaguar is still doing the interview circuit, calling out anyone she thinks would keep her relevant. It leaves us with a critical question. Was she ever truly exposing the industry? Or was she just riding a viral wave to make it last? While many believe she was a genuine truth seeker, and I'll admit, at one point I did too, the inconsistencies became impossible to ignore. She presented herself as a Christian woman, standing against spiritual corruption. Leaving Richard Nichols, I'm a Christian, he's an atheist. How can I let him make life choices for me?
You hear that? Jaguar say she's a Christian. He's an atheist, right? Jaguar probably don't even remember the time when she was using Christianity as a way to gain traction for herself. She don't even remember. She done switched denominations so many times. Ephah, Muslim, keeper of the Sabbath, right? But at one point she was a Christian woman. At one point she was a Christian woman.
The very interviews used to expose the system.
I wonder if Jaguar, I know you're probably listening. Do you remember when you was a Christian, Jaguar?
She exposed
Or
herself.
are you gonna say that's AI?
With the Too Strong platform, she made admissions that completely contradicted the values she claimed to represent. I do not practice the same form of spirituality that everyone else does. What I am would terrify most of you, if you actually knew. Matter of fact, if any of you actually knew what I truly know, you wouldn't ask me stupid questions like that at all.
What was that, Jaguar? If anyone remember who you truly are or knows who you truly are, they wouldn't ask no questions at all. Yeah, yeah, I think we know who you truly are, Lucifer.
See, when you open the door to certain questions, you better be sure you're ready for the answer. And you want to know how I know Beyonce is a witch? I'll say it as simple as this. It's one to no one. Jaguar and I had a brief back and forth after I made a video pointing out these very
Hmm. Did Jaguar just say she was a witch? Yes, she did. Did Jaguar just say she was a witch? Yes, she did. Huh? And then she comes into, she comes on our page and say, "You have witches in your chat. You have witches in your chat." Jaguar, you say you are a witch. In fact, when speaking about Beverly or some of these other characters out there, she tries to make it seem like she's better than them. You know what I'm saying? She tries to make it seem like she's better than them at being a witch. For real, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, this person is she's not like in the energy or the state of being of herself. There's a different entity that's inside of her. Like her son tried to warn us and everything, right? Her son said it, nobody listened. When he said Jaguar is becoming a full-fledged demoness. Her son said that about her, drew pictures and everything. He showed you like this is her real form right here. Her son said that like this is her real form. Like what? Drew a picture of a siren, a demoness, a succubus, right? He said she uses the sacral chakra, right? She don't care whether it's male, woman, she don't care. She don't care whatever. She don't care. She utilizes other people's sacral energy. Yeah, he said a profane prostitute. That was like the 5 descriptions of her. Crazy work, right? And everybody's following her. Numerous stories that came out about her doing stuff with children and young people, all this stuff. And everybody's following her like, Jaguar's the truth teller. Some of her numbers are fake. You can look at the fluctuations of the numbers that take place roughly between the 21st and the 26th. You'll see a fluctuation of her numbers, a spike in her numbers. Why? Because YouTube pays out on the 21st. So, maybe she has automatic payments that's coming out to put so many views on her page or whatever. You'll see around that time she'll try to like kick up, some views or some numbers or whatever. Um, but for the most part, we seen these swindlers, we seen this transfer of, brigaders, however you want to look at it. They all came from different, you know, groups to put this all together, right? If you go back 2 years ago, there's a video of her and Sean Way on a back end conversation, right? And on this back end conversation, she and Sean Way is saying that they are going to basically turn the sector into the Hunger Games, right? That's basically what they're saying. And they're basically like giving the order to each other of who's going to be in charge of this sector, right? Because Jaguar said she was going to a different sector or whatever, and she was like, "Oh yeah, Sean, I know you'll run this sector, so on and so forth, blah 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 blah." And, however that went, but we are still seeing that to this day, some variation of this manipulation. If you go into other YouTubers, or if you talk to other YouTubers, watch other YouTubers, whatever you want to call it, you'll see that there's other groups just like that, right? There's other groups on YouTube just like that. If you go into the black sector where they're talking about the churches and stuff like that, you'll see a same type of energy in those groups, right? If you look at this sector, Jaguar Wright sector, easiest sector to break down, you have the people who start the stuff, the in-betweens, and then you have the trolls who try to create content around the stuff that started, whether it be Denot, Maggie, um, Sherelle World, Perry. I mean, now you might as well include Atwood's network into the Jaguar Right sector too, because they have so many players that are over here, creating different variations of narratives from the Atwoods network, right? And then you have, the different players that's coming from, Danny Robertson, right? So you have different groups, but now you have different players in these different groups, and they're all interested in the same thing, building content, you know and because of that, now that you have these situations on YouTube where they're creating forever beefs with each other, right? How long Jaguar Wright and Danny Robinson been going at it? Years they've been going at it, right? They kind of need each other at this point, right? This is why Jaguar Wright never pursued suing Jaguar Wright never pursued suing Danny Robinson, right? And this is why, no matter what Jaguar say, you ain't never see Danny Robinson try to pursue any defamation lawsuits against Jaguar. Why? Because the two are entwined, the two are working together, right? But everybody else around them is subject to the game, right? So that's why you'll see a lawsuit towards Maggie. That's why you'll see Jaguar start a GoFundMe to create a lawsuit towards somebody else. But if it wasn't for Jaguar, how you going to sue the person that came into the beef on your side, and Danny Robinson started targeting them because they were with you? And now you suing the person that tried to help you against one of your arch nemesis after the game plan. This is why I played those videos, the last two lives that we did. This is why we played them. If you go back, you can hear it. Maggie clearly say, my job was to what? Go after those people that was going after Jaguar and make a target of myself, right? She did that. She deflected all of Jaguar's beefs onto herself, right? Everybody that was beefing with Jaguar at that time, Maggie was going after. That was her job. So how is it that now that all of it's said and done, Jaguar, who's supposed to be out there taking care of the big fish, supposed to be out there talking about Jay-Z, talking about whatever. Now, all of a sudden, she wants to pick up small stories of Brandy, pick up small stories of this and that. No, no, the big fish has surface. The big fish has surface. You supposed to be going after that, but she forgot. Jaguar forgot. She forgot what her own game plan was. She forgot what she set out to do. She forgot what she said she was going to do, you know? And now we sitting here watching her play the circus with different content creators. I mean, I think they mentioned Trevor Green at least 3 or 4 times during their lives now. And she can't really build content with Wolf Coochie because he's so damn boring. He's so boring. the way he respond is slow. The way he has no real back and forth with her that's drawing people over there. Like the conversation is so interesting, you know? And that's probably due to the fact that Jaguar probably put hands and feet on him. You know what I mean? She probably done lumped him up, put hands and feet on him. You seen how that refrigerator looked. So that's probably why, you know. But these are darker secrets of YouTube that goes on. These people, they actually, it's almost like the NBA, NFL, or any of these other competitive sports, right? YouTube, the content creators has come to an agreement that they cool with each other, right? They know that they're playing a game on their audience or whoever audience that they're broadcast to. It's the ones that's coming on here genuine, you know, genuinely building communities, myself, other content creators who really looking at YouTube as a way to grow in the collective and build a community, so on and so forth. We're the ones who they are pushing out, right? We're the ones that they want to get rid of. Why? Because the program that they created, it has to be based off of their rules. It's like the Knot said, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you don't want to play, da 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 da, whatever, right? Like act like he was holding the gate. Ah, man, I ain't letting nobody in. This. But you see, like Sherelle and them, they came over here to the panel, whether it was to manipulate or whatever. They was over here for 4 hours, 5 hours, damn near, you know. So a lot of different bigger content creators, they seen use for me. They seen use for me. It's just they couldn't control me. That was the problem. And then you got the Knot going around bad biting, putting out false lies, trying to spill or create some type of forever beef, whatever he was trying to do, arch nemesis, whatever, I help you build your page, I'll help you take it down. When all reality, he never helped me build my page, and I kept on telling people like, hey, I'm a content creator over on TikTok, and I came over here because we seek the truth over there. We looking for the truth. So once Jaguar mentioned my name on a live and like, oh, they streaming me on TikTok, right? That's when we came over here on YouTube. So when she didn't want to pull up on us on TikTok, so we pulled up on her on YouTube. Simple. That's how we got over here. And then, the problem became some type of storyline that they created. You were hired by Love Jones, right? Tried to create this storyline that I was hired by Love Jones. But if you go back and talk to Love Jones will tell you she don't even know me, right? But nobody does the fact checking around here. They just take people word for it. Like once their favorite content creators say it, that's it. They're not going back looking it up for themselves. They're not looking it up. Even if you go back to, our furthest videos, you will see, Essie Berry used to pop up in the chat. We was playing Essie Berry's music, everything like that. Essie Berry used to pop up in the chat. She put the first, diss track out there about Jaguar. Damn, I should have got in touch with Essie Berry so she could have put we could have put an album together for her on the Spotify and stuff. Damn, I should have reached out. But back then we wasn't doing that though. Back then we wasn't, making the music. We didn't make you know. But I remember. But the problem with their lies is they can't remember their lies. This is the problem with their lies, right? This is why they don't want to have no conversations. This is why they don't try to pop up in the comment section over here. They stay in the bushes, you know. This is why. because they can't remember their lies. They know that they played a character. They know that they played a role, right? But they can't remember the role that they played at that time back then, right? Because they're playing a different character now. So now it's like they can't remember. Oh, I don't remember nothing. I don't remember that. Oh man, right? And then I come along because I'm standing in my truth. I remember everything, right? Everything from back then I remember because the truth never changed, you know? So the only game that they can play right now is to like try to stop mentioning me or try to, attack people around me, go after my supporters, so on and so forth. They might even get close to some of my supporters and try to make them think that they're their friend, you know. Might even look out for you a couple of times. You got to think these people are invested for the long game, They're going to get close to you, you know, act like they're supportive, and then you see what happens. This is what they're trying to do, is they're trying to build friendships and relationships with the people that's around you, so that way when they fall out with you, they can say, come on, who's coming with me, right? You could see the accounts that did that type of thing already. If you go back to Vampy changed her name 3 different times. Vampire, Vampy, right? She was first in the Discord, then she got kicked out of the Discord, right? And then she came on YouTube and she was like, I missed the Discord. I want to be back in there. It was my safe space, right? All of that shit. We let her back in, right? She started exposing the people that came in with her. She was exposing Sassy Paul. I trained Sassy Paul, so on and so forth, right? She started exposing the people that came with her. And then I started noticing it in the Discord, like, oh, okay. This is why nobody speaks up when I say certain things. This is why nobody says nothing when I say, everybody remember what happened in the Discord. We used to have 17 people in the Discord, if not in a voice chat, right? So why everybody act like they didn't remember what happened in the Discord, right? When I had my son in there, when I was playing the game with my son, periodically spending time with him, right? Oh, he's got his son in that Discord with all of them girls in there. Da, 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 da. My son, 13 years old, we playing the game. We had to stop doing that, right? Everything that we were doing in the Discord, it seemed like they were trying to tear down, right? But you seen the groups that came in the Discord, right? We ain't got to mention their names. You can go into other people's chat and see the names that pop up. You can go see where they are at now. Like we don't even have to do the whole, you know how they do on TV, like, oh, celebrity children and where they're at now, right? We don't even have to do that for, these players that's in the in this little sector, right? We see the ones that came in, just like if you look at the operation, you'll see it on both accounts. You'll see it on Maggie's account, right? You see the people that Jaguar Wright put into her circle, got close to her, so that way she can attack them people. They supported her for a little bit, so on and so forth, right? And then certain people planted those same type of people in my Discord, got close. You had the Taras, so on and so forth, right? Coming from the knot. You had Darcy coming from the Knots chat. All these players, they were coming from the Knots page. They were coming from Maggie's page. Some of them came in. I didn't even know you until Maggie spoke about you, right? So all these different people, they were spies coming in from different groups so they can gain information, see what's going on, and then report back to that group, whether it been the Knot, whether it been Maggie at the time, whether it been Jaguar. Jaguar, right? If you go back and listen to the lives that I did, she confirms it. She said, yeah, my spies, the people who I need when I need to get information around to people, I got people for that, right? So she's telling you that she uses this spy system on the internet, right? The truth is the truth is way stranger than fiction. when you look at it. The truth is stranger than fiction. But a lot of people don't want to see the truth because the fiction and the fairy tale that they created seems so much better.
Consistencies. Her reaction wasn't to offer facts, it was to launch into a series of baseless claims about me. She even went as far as to imply she was into the same occult beliefs she previously condemned, all while trying to claim she never said she was a Christian, despite the footage of her saying exactly that years prior.
So yeah, this is your end of the truth. Why I can honestly say, if you're using the word Christian and talking about me, you're a fool. I'm nobody's Christian. Nope. I'm a Christian. He's an atheist. How can I let him make life choices for me? Because the goal of this planet is not to be Christ-like, it is to be demon-like. I practice the old way.
Did you hear what she said? What did she just say? She said the goal on this planet is not to be Christ-like, but to be what? Demon-like. Right? She has said that. This is why I say they truly expose themselves. All we got to do is listen. They going to expose themselves, right? This is why she got the Baphomet tattooed on her, all of that. Why? Because like her son said, she's trying to become a full-fledged demoness, right? Listen.
Years prior.
Listen.
Your end of the truth. That's why I can honestly say, if you're using the word Christian and talking about me, you're a fool. I'm nobody's Christian. Nope. I'm a Christian. He's an atheist. How can I let him make life choices for me? Because the goal of this planet is not to be Christ-like, it is to be demon-like. I practice the old way. I still study Egyptian sciences, or should I say Kemetic practice and knowledge and education. And I apply all of those things to my life daily. You're doing videos about me, you put my name and title because I'm trending and it's going to give views. That's all. It's the math. Nothing more, nothing less.
To me, the motive is clear. She saw a path to fame and took it. Her desire to be a part of the machine she critics was always hiding in plain sight. The proof we need is seeing her buddy on the red carpet with Rick Ross, one of Puff's closest longtime associates. While she built a career attacking Puff, she had no problem posing for photos and acting like a star next to his inner circle. If the industry offered her a record deal tomorrow, I believe she'll take it in a heartbeat. She doesn't want to destroy the industry. She just wants her seat at the table. The moment mainstream media
Ain't
began.
that what we've been saying? If you go back and listen to the lives years ago, we've been saying this. Jaguar wants to be a part of it. She's mad. She's jealous of Beyonce. She's jealous of this person. Why? Because she feels like they got the seat that she should have. We've been said that. This is like, musical chairs. She don't want the industry to change. She just want new people there, and she want her hind pot in one of those seats. She just want a new group of people at the table, and she want a seat at the table. She want her hind pot in a seat at the table. You could see that. You could tell. Cruelty-free music. Oh, we're exposing this. We're exposing that. No, you're not. No, you're not. You have not shown us one red fact evidence. All these years, people been following her, listening to her lies, and she has not came out with one piece of evidence. Not one. There ain't no police report. She never showed nothing. There ain't no type of um um hospital report. There's none, right? 700 victims that she advocate for, never seen one of them. People she done saved off of Epstein Island, where they at? The women that she helped out of the Nature Boy group, where? Come on, y'all. Come on. How many more years? She got cruelty-free music and ain't make one music nothing yet. We done came out with 3 albums already. Jaguar ain't dropped not one album. She got Wolf Coochie technology and ain't nothing technical about them. Y'all got to make this make sense, man. We got to stop falling for the foolish people in our communities, man. And I use that word loosely because biblical text says that never call a man a fool, but foolish. That's why I said foolish.
Embracing her with every major platform wanting a sit down, I knew she wasn't what she presented herself as. In this industry, when you tell the truth and you're on an asset to the machine, they ignore you entirely.
Right.
Were some of the things she said true? Yes, but it was mostly things many of us
When you tell the truth, they don't push your content out there. They don't cooperate with you. That don't make sense that y'all think that she's telling the truth, but she's getting publicity. No, when you truly tell the truth about this world, they will stop your growth. They will stop your growth on your platform. Like that's how it works when you tell the truth of this world. It's not, oh, you tell the truth of this world, the world will support you. No, it's a struggle. That's why the Bible says if you aim to please God, you'll have few friends, but if you aim to please man, you'll have many.
already knew that was already circulating online. It wasn't the first-hand experience she claimed. It was just internet rumors that everyone knew had some truth to them. While Jag deserves credit for sparking people's quest for accountability, she also needs to be questioned for the times she wasn't being honest and possibly made things up just for attention. Jaguar Wright is ultimately an artist whose career didn't work out, and she saw a fresh opportunity to stay relevant through YouTube gossip. It's the same pattern we see with Orlando Brown. Orlando Brown was one of the many cases of a child star gone wrong. Thrust into fame at only 7 years old,
Just like
he got his
streets.
So Raven and worked on other Disney shows. By the time he was 19, his career was effectively non-existent. The show had ended and the roles got fewer and fewer until he completely disappeared. Things quickly went sideways when he finally popped back up. While he returned to the spotlight, it wasn't on Disney. This time, it was arrest after arrest for petty crimes and other public issues. Because people were captivated by the sight of another child star falling apart, Orlando was
See?
invited to do an interview with Vlad TV. He turned it into a viral explosion after suggesting that he and Raven had a romantic past. That moment spread instantly,
And
giving
what
Orlando
happened?
a new career overnight.
Jaguar
He
Wright
realized that the
copied
further he took
Orlando.
things,
What
the
happened? Ray
more
J
attention he
copied
received,
Orlando.
more appearances, and more money. Once he
Everybody started pulling the Orlando Brown effect, right? That's what that was. It was an Orlando Brown wave. Tell me Jaguar don't look like Orlando Brown. That's Orlando Brown. Tell me that don't look like Jag. Tell me that don't look like Jag. From back here, that look like Jag. You get closer, it's Orlando Brown. They are damn near one and two of the same entity. They damn near one and two of the same type of energy. Like they are literally. If you look and go back and look at Orlando Brown, it's like when the cameras are on, a switch is turned on. He becomes this character. Jaguar Wright do the same thing. In fact, when the cameras go off, Jaguar Wright says, and cut. Every time them cameras go off, Jaguar Wright says, and cut. Like she's coming out of character, like she was in a character, she was playing a character, and cut. Like, come on, man.
out of stories about himself, he turned his focus towards others. He suggested he was mistreated as a child star and taken advantage of by many powerful elders in the business. To be clear, I do believe Orlando was left with serious lasting trauma from his time in the industry. I even made a full video on the specific moment he actually tried to speak out. But while he touches on serious systemic issues, he also turned himself into a class clown who is willing to say anything for a viral headline. If you want to hear my thoughts on the claims I actually found serious, check out my other video on him after this one. But the problem with Orlando is that he often says whatever he thinks will get him the most attention. Often, what he says doesn't even make sense, and this is what throws me off about his narrative. I know the industry is a flawed system, and I agree with Orlando there, but when he speaks in bizarre riddles, I don't know what he's talking about. Orlando has proven he can't be trusted because he will do and say anything for profit. He literally proved this by joining the cast of Baddies, which is the absolute peak of brain rot media. But the real confirmation that he was just catering to the algorithm was dependent on his chain right here. If that logo doesn't confirm he was a part of the club, and it's the reason he's even allowed to keep a platform, nothing will. That symbol tells you everything you need to know about Orlando. He's an actor who turned himself into an online personality to quote unquote expose the industry. It is the exact same blueprint we're seeing with Russell Brand. Russell Brand is perhaps the most polished example of this entire blueprint. Long before
Don't it seem like they all found ways to get back into the public eyes through a streaming? Look at Finesse. Finesse crashed out, then he became a streamer. Blueface got out of jail, then he became a streamer. All these industry people, what are they doing? Going on Kai Cenat, going on different streaming platforms, right? So they all found a way to get the attention in the streaming business, right? Even seeing old players start coming out, old 60-something-year-old, now they want to sit down with official King Payne and do a multitude of podcasting and, oh man, let's start this together. And I'm telling you, we can go far. We could just talk about the jazz and the music. But really, history is being rewritten because now where it was, concerts and, outings and group events, and now it's just streaming. Pretty soon, like in the next 7 years, everything is going to be online pretty much. Our concerts is going to be online. Tickets is going to be online. You're going to see different platforms. TikTok's going to be performing, concerts with this person performing, that person performing, right? YouTube is going to be performing concerts paid for by different sponsor groups of different performers, right? No one's really going to be in the audience. The audience is going to be fake. Just like they showed you, like how they fake fill up the seats at hockey arenas, and how when the pandemic took place, what happened with wrestling? Wrestling had pretty much online seats where people were all online from all over the world. That's how they became, the WWE. They went from the WWF to the WWE, right? Because they found a way to make it. And then if you look at everything that's going on in the world is changing because of resources. You know, everybody's trying to monopolize the resources, the oil, right? And Trump, whether you like him or not, somebody's telling him, what to do, right? That somebody could be from out of this world, right? If you get into the Great Awakening and the breakdown of what's to come and how everything is happening, then the truth could be what you think, you know, when you get into it. Okay. You're watching different variations of Twitter beefs, right? That's why they changed it from Twitter to X, right? You're watching them do fake news, right? You're watching them, right? Once you start seeing Russia probes and all of this other stuff, right? You're watching this take place right now. Drain the swamps, MAGA, enough is enough. Melania, you see her, she does the what? She's pushing what? What's Melania pushing? Hmm? Virtual stuff, AI stuff. Says anyone who is you know, a part of it, right? If you go at the top, you see it says birth certificate fogger, right? Everything in this yellow, right? The storm, you see, right now, our weather is completely out of control, right? The storms, right? And see, we looking at these dates, we could be confused with the dates. Could be confused. Because remember, right now in Ethiopia, it's 2018. So this would have been last year, but this is 2018 now. You know what I mean? However you look at this, it's 2018 now in Ethiopia, right? And when you start looking at some of this stuff, you know, um, you start to see patterns. You start to see these patterns in a lot of this stuff. you know, what's taking place when, Trump took Venezuela before he started this beef. He already learned from the Ukrainian president that, if you're at war, then it can't be a change of power when you're at war, right? So even if you look at this, the stage is set for years. The stage is set for years already. It's not set for right now. Y'all looking at what's taking place right now. What's taking place right now is shit compared to the next 7 years, right? It's a reason why the weather seems off. It's a reason why half the stuff is happening the way it's happening, It's a reason why you see it says YouTube apocalypse, right? YouTube ad apocalypse. YouTube ad apocalypse, right? So you see where it's like people have started this chaotic thing or fake news, right? If you go back and watch Mission Impossible, they say that it was a entity that they were up against, and that entity was broadcasting all types of news or all types of propaganda and stuff like that, where people didn't even know what was reality and what wasn't reality, right? And you see that happening right now. You see that happening right now where everybody is trying to blame stuff on AI. People are talking about that's AI, this is AI, so on and so forth, right? And like I said, we can go into the depths of this. We can go deeper into the depths of some of this stuff, but I promise you, you guys are not going to like, okay? You guys are not going to like it. You guys are not going to like, you know, some of the directions of this. Okay? Let's be honest. If you're looking right here in this pyramid right here, it tells you, you see, new one world order, right? The new world order, right? The sheep, the cattle, religion, government, education, media, all of them, right? Think tanks, echo chambers, you know, is all they're doing is basically using the system that is provided to enhance what it is their agenda is. So when you see this, it's really just a push. It's really just another push. So you got groups out there that sit with hundreds of phones. And this is where the bot system comes in. You guys think it's AI? You guys really think it's AI that's creating a bot system? No, no, no. These are people. People are doing this shit. Huh? People are doing this view farming shit. People are setting it up to make it look like AI is this and AI is that. No. AI is a program. AI is a tool. They're just manipulating that tool. That's it. Once we realize that it's not AI, that it's just something that they program to make look like it's AI, then we'll realize our fight is not against AI. Because how can you fight something that has to be programmed? That means it's a programmer. You can fight the program all you want, but until you change the program's going to keep on existing in many different forms. It's not the AI program, it's the programmer. The programmer is programming it like this. Look at all these phones. Look at all these phones. This is a farm. Y'all talking about ain't no troll farm? Shit, they got farms. Farms of account. And this is on a bigger scale than what you see in the Jaguar Wright sector, than what you see with some of these people who got 5, 6 accounts, so on and so forth, switching up the person that they is, coming in. These are the real farms. These the real farms. Jaguar Wright and them is scratching the surface when it comes to this shit. These the real farms right here. You know? The shit that they doing this is the level that they're trying to get to, you know? Ray J with his agency, Ray J with his girls club, extorting people, so on and so forth. They trying to get to this level of trolling and farming right here when it comes to these numbers and views, right? Can you imagine how much ad revenue this shit is generating? Can you imagine how much ad revenue this shit is generating when somebody just set up some shit like this and watch your channel? Huh? What? I need somebody like this in my life. Where they at? Zimbabwe? Huh? Yugoslavia? Transylvania? Where's they setting shit up like this at? Huh? I need them in my life. Come on. Huh? I need a motherfucker to watch my channel. Just put it on the shit and watch the ads reputedly. If wait till we get monetized and watch the ads reputedly. Hey, 1 week, you get a check. Hmm? That's the type of troll farm I need. Fuck as you mean? Wolf Kutcher technology ain't doing shit like this. Talk about he gonna take somebody to the next level. No, this is next level. This is the future. But they keep on trying to make it seem like it's AI. No, it's people creating systems to make it look like AI. You know what I mean? It's people doing what people do. Once scammers seen that it was a digital currency out there, once people seen like you could trick the system with this ad revenue shit. It's just like anything else, when it came to government assistance, people found a way. It's people sitting around with thousands of dollars on EBT cards, you know, living the sweet life of Zach and Cody. Everybody knows that if there's a will, there's a way. So when everything moved to digital currency, these are the type of games that they started playing way before we was even aware of it. Some of y'all think that it's the money system, the banking system. No, it's people playing with these systems. It ain't nothing to do with the system that's created. Why? Because the system that created runs on programs. Programs mean somebody has to program it, right? So all of these, oh, you got to be scared of AI. Oh, AI is its own entity. Oh, AI is, they're listening to us. The bots, they're in here. They're listening. Yes, and someone is farming that shit. Hmm? And somebody farming that shit. Let's be real about this. Hmm? Stop playing with me.
Before he was a truth seeker on Rumble, he was the industry's ultimate golden boy. He was a Hollywood A-lister, a mainstream host, and a willing participant in the very system he now calls the Matrix. But as his mainstream career began to cool, and the 2023 investigations into his past started to move from rumors to reality, Russell didn't just fade away. He pivoted. He traded the Hollywood red carpets for a spiritual guru persona, claiming to be an anti-establishment voice fighting global corruption. But the timing of this awakening is the real smoking gun. He didn't start calling out the system when he was at the top of Hollywood. He started when the system was about to throw him to the wolves. By framing himself as a target of the establishment before the headlines even hit, he created a built-in defense for his upcoming.
Do you see that? They say Russell Brand, right, did the same thing. As soon as he seen that the system was going to collapse in on him, he already created a system where it made it seem like they were going to come after him for exposing some stuff, blah, 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 creating a defense system. And we've seen this happen before. We've seen it happen with numerous players. More recently, I can speak of Denzel Washington. As soon as they didn't accept Denzel Washington role in the Gladiator, where he was kissing the guy or whatever scene he had with the guy, right? Denzel Washington came out, said he's only going to do 5 more movies, and he became, I think he got baptized and all of that other stuff. Why? Because he was creating a system of defense for himself. All these players, all these higher ups that knows that the walls are crumbling down on them, you see their different variations of defense. They're all trying to play into some form of spirituality, or the fact that the public believe in change, that people change, and so on and so forth. You've seen P. Diddy do it. When he changed his name, all of a sudden he's not P. Diddy no more, Sean Combs no more. Now he's Brother Love, right? You watch these different variations of people do this, right? I think Jay-Z changed his name. I think it's still Jay-Z, but I forget how or what change he added to it or something like that, right? All these people do the same thing. They do the same thing. Why? Because the new history is not going to look up that old name. The same thing with Krishan, right? Krishan knows that by spelling her name Chris and Sean, right, she can do what? Play on those 2 S's in the middle, right? So if you look up Krishan, you'll find certain things under CHRISSEAN, and then you'll find certain things under CHRISEAN, right? And now she has 3 different ways to play, because that's why she named him Junior, Krishan Jr., right? That's still another Krishan Malone, right? Is the same reason why her biological dad and her fake dad both go by the last name Malone, right? Now you got a white guy by the last name Malone and a black guy by the last name Malone, and they both connected to Krishan Malone. And the scheme just keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a game. It's a social media experiment. Look at this. Look at this. This is one area right here where you see the multitudes of phones. This is a whole nother area, a whole nother wall of phones. This is a whole separate wall of phones. And they're all watching the same YouTube. They're all watching the same YouTube. This is what they're doing. This is what Ray J offered Nicki Minaj, right? If you go back to the Nicki Minaj and Ray J conversation, Ray J says, he says, what you want, right? She say, what you wanna audition for? What you trying to, I ain't put together my record label. He said, I don't want to sing, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that no more. So what do you want? What are you trying to do? He say, platform something, basically like, online platform, whatever. OPC, some shit, he said, basically, platform defender type shit. So he was going to use the system that he created, the farm that he created, right, in order to push Nicki Minaj content out there, but also go after those people who talk about Nicki Minaj. And you know what I mean? Think about it. Think about somebody with this many phones set up reporting your content. It's one person, but they're just using multiple phones. Right? Think about this system set up to help you or harm you. This system is set up to help the people that they want to help and harm the people that they want to harm. Right? People keep trying to say, yo, somebody raiding me. Like, how is everybody coming in at one time? This is the system that's set up. This is the manipulation that we're facing. And it's not coming from AI. It's coming from people. Organizers who set it up in order to play on this level of this magnitude. Think about the ad revenue from a room like this. Think about a room like this watching your content and building up the hours and the ad revenue, right? In 2 months, you might get 2 checks, 15,000 plus. Eight, you know what I mean? Think about the level of manipulation that this is going to play into the future. I mean, one can take advantage of this and start investing in something like this now, or one can look at it and say, this is going to be a problem. Depends on how you want to look at it. It's good and bad, right? One can say, oh, okay, this is a way that we can get money from the system if we create this level of magnitude of farming where we could just watch ad revenue from each other's content and build each other. But you can do this authentically. This is why I keep on trying to get people to come over to the Discord, because we can do this authentically. There's a system of doing this authentically. You just need people, right? Think about it. If we get 15 people in the Discord, and 15 people tell 15 more people about the Discord, how many is that? How many is that? Right? If 15 tell 15 more, and then tell those 15 that they got to bring 15 more to the Discord, right? That builds a Discord. That builds the space that we need in order to stay in contact with one another, right? And then after that, all we have to do is let people know who's live at what time or who content to go follow. Now you got 1,500 pages all at the same time creating a wave. We can be that wave. Now I know a lot of y'all don't want me to be the head of that wave. So y'all going to take the idea and then go start it with another group. I watched this happen on TikTok numerous times, right? I watched this happen on TikTok numerous times where I come up with a great idea. They think it's a great idea. They just don't want to build it at my table, right? And we watch that. I get it. You guys don't want my table to be the place. You guys don't believe in the same thing that I believe in, whether it be, white people, whether it be black people, whether it be Indian people, whatever it is. You guys find y'all reason and say, it's a great idea, but I ain't fucking with him like that. Right? But if we was to create a system like that, it would be better, because then we can combat all of this wicked and evil that's out there. See, they already got systems like that created. See, we late in the game. All the light beings, we're late in the game. All the star seeds, we're late in the game. All the indigo children, we're late in the game. All the spiritual people, we late in the game. They already got their system set up for evil to begot evil. They already ready to push out a maximum amount of chaos. We don't have this type of system supporting good pages. We don't have this type of system supporting pages that want to operate in the light, that want to operate with truth, that want to we don't have this type of system for that. Lust, greed, gluttony, money hungry, so on and so forth. They have this type of operation. Why? Because their moral compass is different than your moral compass. Your moral compass has you, or you might form a level of empathy to where, as though, because you don't want to be used like this, you wouldn't want other people to be used like this. Those people that are using this system, they don't care how other people use. They convince themselves in their mind that other people want to be used. Go listen to Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright will tell you people want you to tell them what to do. Right, Green Eyes. You can't trust people. So how do you create a system of people you can trust in order to create a wave that can change the world? How do you do that? Consistency. Consistency. We got to keep on going through and picking through the bad people and building the collective of the people that actually want to grow like that. We got to keep on picking through the bad people. And then once we get enough people in the Discord, it creates itself. Once we get enough people in the Discord and people see the wave that we're creating, once the Atlas family, come into a chat and bring about 50 people in there, more people gonna be want to be a part of that wave. Do you get what I'm saying? Once we start creating every night, we're gonna pick somebody live to go into and support them, right? And it might start off with 10 people, 20 people, but people gonna be like, yo, who was that group that came in here last night? Who was that group that supported you last night? They came in with about 75 people, right? And then once that start, more people is going to want to be a part of that. Whether we started on YouTube, whether we started on TikTok, whether we started on Twitch, right? How is nobody going to say that? Everybody's going to say that. Think about the system. When people first come in your room, they look at how many numbers in there first. And then when they see how many numbers in there, that's what makes them stick around. They say, oh, what everybody in here talking about? What's this about? When people come in your room and they see a little bit of numbers, they bypass it. Why? If nobody else interested in it, they're not going to be interested in it either. But when they see those numbers and those numbers are big, they stick around for a while. It's a proven fact. Monkey see, monkey do. So this is the problem. You have people like CEO, whatever that name is, right? They say stuff like that to discourage other people from doing it so they can hurry up and steal the idea. You get what I'm saying? These type of people, they come into your chat and they try to discourage you from the idea so that way they can do the idea. I already did it on TikTok before with 5 different pages. So how was I able to build 5 different pages? I gave pages away to people that's got 10K following, so on and so forth. I watch follow for follow trends on TikTok. I created follow for follow trends on TikTok. So I know that this system works because I did it with 5 pages, gave 3 pages away and kept 2 pages. I did that. So you can't tell me it don't work because I worked it. I worked the system. I learned the algorithm. Help people build pages over there on TikTok. They might have went in a messy direction with it. Oh man. Do we need to go back to the TikTok and look at it? Do we need to go back to my TikTok and look at it? Literally. Do we need to go back to the TikTok and look at it? Literally. There's people in here that can vouch that I gave away 10K pages. Or pages that had 10K following, pages that had 6K following, pages that had 1.6K. Like I done gave away pages on TikTok. Help build pages on TikTok. People that's still over there. You know what I mean? So however you want to look at it, if you need help with your page, if you want to help, if you want somebody to help build your page, just say you want to build. Don't try to come over here and tear down the idea and you didn't even try the idea. You didn't even try it. That's the problem in this world. Y'all look to destroy stuff before you even see if it's a possibility that's what's saying can be played out. You'll destroy it before you even see it build. Why? Why? Because not everybody serve a creator God. Some of y'all serve a destructive God, right? That's the reality of this. You show what God you serve whenever you open your mouth. That's why every time someone tries to create something, you open your mouth to destroy it because you serve a destroyer God. That's plain to see. You know, that's plain to see. Right. I did it in the past on YouTube and it worked. Do you not see within the last year this page has got almost 4,000 followers? Have you not seen that? Did you not look at how long this page been around and how long this page has been created? Did you not look at that before you run your mouth? Did you not look at it and be like, damn, this page has only been around for 2 years or 1 year, 1 year and some change, I think. This page was created in 2025 or 24, something like that. We started this page, you know. We had the Discord. We had a group in the Discord. Because of all the evidence that accumulated in that space, I discontinued that space. I kept the Discord, but I just kicked everybody out of it because I knew that that information in that Discord might become vital in a future investigation on some of this YouTube stuff. So I kicked everybody out of that old Discord and started a new Discord where I invited people. You get what I'm saying? Because I knew the stuff that was in the petty pocket, the stuff that we exposed, whether it been about Murph, I knew that was I was going to need that for whatever evidence that's provided in that Discord. I was going to need that to prove that there was a troll farm, that people were trying to place spies in the Discord, so on and so forth. So I was going to need that in order to, because I seen what was happening. You know what I mean? I seen what was happening. I seen the manipulation. That's why I kept on telling people I'm 20 steps ahead of this. I seen the sassy paws manipulation. I seen the manipulation of um V Goddess. I seen the manipulation of some of these other people. I mean, some of these other people got frustrated and sent me like hate text afterwards, like sent me a message on Discord or sent me a message to my phone, like saying some stuff. Some of them sent me long ass emails, cursing me out or whatever. But what can you do? If your goal is to manipulate and find out shit so you can go create a page, you can go, go to this person's page. Why are you mad because you got exposed before you can do what you was doing? Before you can do your trickery, you get exposed and then you catch an attitude. You know what I mean? That's like somebody trying to sneak up on you and do you wrong, and then you catch them like, yo, I see you. And then they get mad at you. That's like somebody who, borrow money from you, and then when you go ask for the money back, you got to argue and fight with them to get the money back. And then they say, here, take your little punk ass $20. Now it's a punk ass $20, but it wasn't a punk ass $20 when you needed it. It was I really need this $20. But when you got to give it back, now it's a punk ass $20. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. They came against the page. We pushed through all of that. We grew anyway, right? They try to tear down the page. We pushed through all of that. We grew anyway, right? They stop supporters. That's why they come in the comment section and attack the people that's supporting the page. But I'm asking all my mods to let them do what they do because it further exposed their agenda. Like when you are operating business in these spaces, you want as much evidence that proves that people are tarnishing your brand, reputation, or company's image, right? This buildup, it proves the timeline that you can say someone was tarnishing your business and trying to, now you can say within this time frame, I lost excess amount of funds. You can add that onto the docket to sue they ass. That's why I'm letting them play the game that they're playing. That's why I'm letting them come into the chat, continue attacking this person when they say they're a supporter, continue attacking my mods when they say they're supporters, continue seeing people type in the chat and attack them. Why? Because it only further proves that this is cyber brigading and cyber stalking and cyber harassment. So I want them to pop out of the bushes and say this and say that. I want them to send me messages saying, oh, when that whole kidnapping thing happened, I wasn't a part of that, right? Or I was on your side. Yeah. Whatever they said, right? Let's go back and listen. This is a voice message. This is a voice message.
Thanks a lot, Ralph. Thank you for putting my whole, Instagram on screen, even though it's private and only people I've added can see my stuff. But thanks for that. And I don't know what I done to you. All I remember is you shouted me out after I was concerned for you at this farm kidnap thing, and you cussed me the fuck out. What am I to do with that?
Farm kidnap thing. Farm kidnap thing. Okay. And here Danny Robinson's telling everybody that it was a squatting situation. Okay. You know? So that's why I allowed them to continue coming out the woodworks, continue exposing themselves, so on and so forth, because it's a long game, right? It's a long game. The evidence has to be built up, the all of that stuff has to be built up. Some of the bigger ones, they know. That's why they're not mentioning my name no more. But some of these littler content creators that connects them to the bigger content creators, they not realizing it yet, right? But the bigger content creators, they know. That's why they stop saying my name. Stop trying to bring me up in conversation. Stop mentioning me. Jaguar, Wright, she knows. You know what I'm saying? Danny Robinson, she knows. All these people that's been in here for the long term, they know how this shit works, right? They know. That's why they all trying to avoid mentioning what happened or saying anything about it. Oh, where's the updates at? You get what I'm saying? Think about it. You got someone who made a phone call to a business, a future endeavor, and tells them that I'm doing such and such, right? Tells them on the phone, I'm going around with YT people trying to take and attack black people. That, my friend, is basically almost terroristic. Just saying.
Coming June 2026 trial. To his followers, he's a martyr being silenced for speaking the truth. But to anyone paying attention, he's a man who saw the legal walls closing in and built a new kingdom in the truth seeker space to protect himself from the fallout. To me, it's
And then to think about it, like to set up a whole situation that pulls me to another location so they can try to create the scenario they wanted. This is why I say they try to rewrite history, you know what I mean? Because they pulled me to a situation and then tried to use whatever powers that they had in that in order to try to set me up with police involvement and everything. Police came out there 5 times. You know what I mean? With police involvement and everything, with them recording my vehicle in the late hours of the night, watching us coming downstairs with axes to, try to scare people. My kids was there, her kids was there, right? Oh, there's a lot more to this shit than what they want to try to let out, right? But they're trying to stop us from further exposing it. So they're trying to drag us out, further hinder finances, further stop supporters, right? Why? Because they don't want us to expose a bunch of shit. See, the more support we get, the more people see the truth, right? The bigger we get, the more people see the truth of it. So when they get exposed, when the investigation starts, that's more people that's pointed out to the truth. But if they can keep people from coming over to hear the truth, listen to the truth, then they still try to create the narrative their way. They still try to paint the picture out to be falsely, right? They don't want you to get support. They don't want you to get, they don't want you to get the support you need. Why? Because then you'll be able to have the finances to file the paperwork that you need to file, right? So they're even, keeping a track of Shar and making sure she don't get finances, making sure her situation stays up and down so she don't get the bill that she need in order to file the paperwork that she needs. You get what I'm saying? And it's crazy the level of manipulation that they play. The level of manipulation is darker than the manipulation, you know?
clear he saw this as his only path to survival. The most obvious contradiction is that Russell Brand was a part of the machine. For decades, he profited from the same dark industry practices he now critiques, and he only saw the light once his mainstream bridges were burned. He hasn't actually exposed anything that wasn't already public record. He's just using the narrative of exposure as a high stakes legal shield. He didn't leave the industry because of a moral awakening. The industry moved on from him, and he's now just using the truth as his final rebrand. Just like we saw with Candace Owens. If Russell Brand is the spiritual pivot, then Candace Owens is the blueprint for the ideological rebrand. Before she was the leading voice of Black conservatism, Candace was actually running a lifestyle blog called Degree 180, where she frequently criticized the very conservative values she champions today. She was even a vocal critic of this administration's leader in her early political stages. But the real shift happened when her 2016 business venture, Social Autopsy, a website designed to dox and
It's funny because I'm watching it take place and I'm still, I'm watching the different variations of it take place. Some people, try to do the whole thing. That's why I got, everything attached to the business account, because some people, what they'll do is they'll try to lead you on and give you, false promises, right? These are false promises because they know that it's going to stop you from looking elsewhere for funds, possibly, or stop you from different things like that, right? It'll stop you, you know what I mean? uh you know it's like, some people will try to get you to, because the operation of intent is in effect right now, so people try to get you to put their intentions on them. People try to get you to lock into their intent or their goal, their, whatever. So that way your intentions is on their endeavors. And then they secretly use your intent to build what they want. So they use you know, a dubla abogada, if you would say. So they use the power of thought. So they want your thoughts on them and what they got going on and what they doing. So what they'll do is they'll lock your thoughts in with their plan, right? So now you can't achieve what you want to achieve until they achieve what they want, right? So basically what it is they'll say, once I get this, then I'll be able to give you that, right? Now, what that does is now you got to put your intentions on them getting what they want in order for you to get what you want. And then 9 times out of 10, if they do get what they want, they got the option of lying to you and saying that they didn't get it, or they got the option of telling you, oh, okay, you just got to do a little bit more stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They say, all right, boom. You got to keep doing a little bit more stuff, or they stretch you out further, or they stretch the dates out further, and by the time you look at it, so much more stuff done accumulated that by the time you look at it, it's too late. Now you got all this stuff that's backed up, and all this stuff done accumulated because you allowed your intent to be tangled to somebody else's. This is why I say, like, I don't, when people do stuff, do it out the kindness of your heart. Do it out the fact, don't do it with the intent of locking me into some idea of things. You know what I mean? The idea is what the problem is, right? We all got an idea. We all striving for something. We all trying to get somewhere. But when people lock you into their idea, it's like they got to achieve what they want first in order to help you. So it's always some different variation of manipulation. And once people realize how powerful your mind is or how powerful your intentions are, that's the problem with exposing that you're an empath. Once you tell somebody you're an empath and they know what that means, they know that you can't do nothing for yourself. Why? Because empathically, everything that you do is based off of the operation of wanting the best for somebody else is wanting the best for yourself. So when you have the ability to be an empath, you magnify other people's dreams, wishes, and what they inspire for, right? They might not come back and pay homage to you or whatever. It's almost like having a genie in a bottle. They only see you for the manipulation of your ability to alchemize, the ability to make stuff happen for people faster. They only see you for that. They don't see you for you or what you want or your dreams. It's almost like why the genie wanted to be free, right? He wanted somebody to wish, but once they started wishing, they realized if I free you, then I can't use you, so on and so forth. So they'll never free you, right? But it's almost like having a genie, because what they're doing is they're using your intentions, your ability to mastermind in the mind, and they're using that to get you to focus on what they want, right? And what you focus on is what you get. So they're using that so you can focus on what they want, so they can get what they want, and you manifest what they want into reality, right? 9 times out of 10, once you manifest what they want into reality, they don't need you no more. They like, oh yeah, I got it, but I ain't gonna tell him. I ain't even going, man, fuck it. Stretch him out, whatever. And then when I need him again in 6 months, I'll come up with another idea to put his intentions on. That's all it is. I watch people manipulate my intent. You know what I mean? I don't even know. Hold on, because I gotta figure out what's going on. They keep on asking me about this goat fence. We got new chickens. Some chickens just hatched, and they trying to find out if we're pushing the goat fence thing back or I don't even know anymore. Hold on.
Track online bullies failed spectacularly. After facing massive backlash from the left for the privacy concerns surrounding her site, she didn't just walk away. She completely transformed her identity. Almost overnight, she abandoned her democratic image and rebranded as a red pill truth seeker, claiming she had finally seen through the lies. But just like with the others, the timing and the financial ties tell a much different story than her awakening narrative suggests. Shortly after her pivot, Candace met George Farmer, the son of a British billionaire, and was engaged to him just 18 days later. This marriage didn't just give her a new last name, it gave her direct access to a level of global elite funding that most grassroots activists could only dream of. She then saw her big break after no other than Kanye randomly tweeted about her. This jump-started her career. While she claims to be fighting for the forgotten citizens, she has quietly leveraged her platform to support the very institutes that profit from systemic issues. The most glaring example of this was her partnership with the private prison industry. At the height of her influence, Candace was seen promoting the benefits of private prisons, appearing in promotional material for companies in that industry. This raises a massive red flag. How can you
Well,
claim to
the thing about this is not just that, is right, is this, right? When people say that they want good things for you, it might come with their stuff for, like, okay, so for instance, like, I understand, like, each one teach one, you can't help somebody until you make it first, all of that stuff. But if a lot of people do a little bit, then it wouldn't be as strenuous on one person trying to do a lot of bit. You know what I'm saying? If a lot of people do a little bit, then it wouldn't be as hard as one person trying to do a lot of bit. But whereas though the system is made for, people to fail, what they want is they want to manipulate that. So they want you to fail, right? So they act like they're supporting you, rooting for you, but their real goal is to watch you fail. That's the real goal, is to watch you fail, help you fail, so they can be like, told you he was going to fail, right? Or they'll try to say, they'll get you down to a certain point where they'll say, okay, now if you do it my way, I'll help you. I can show you messages where people say, are you ready to cooperate now? You know what I mean? I can show you like messages where people are like, are you ready to cooperate now? You know what I mean? Basically saying like, we'll stop attacking you, stop, fucking over your situation if you're ready to cooperate. And then they come out with some outrageous numbers like, oh, we're going to put so many people in your life and it's a 60-40 split. So you got to give us 60 and, keep 40. I can literally show you that. Hold on. Look at this. Hmm, Shit. Look, are you ready to cooperate? Right? I say yes. I don't know what they talking about. I say yes. So they say, great. I'll send 400 to 500 subscribers to your page a month, 60-40 split. And I say 40, LOL, right? Basically saying 60-40 my way, right? That's what I said, 60-40 my way, right? And then they said, no, 40 your way, 60 to me, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm just hard headed, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to. I don't know how to do that. Like, I don't know how to be real. Like, how people, how back in the day, like your facial expressions always told on you, or you always told on yourself some form or way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's me. Like, I know that I have to be in my authentic self in order to make it, because I can't operate fake. You know what I mean? So it has to be fair exchange is not a robbery. You know what I mean? Fair exchange is not a robbery. So I don't want the game and the gimmick. I want the fair exchange. I want genuine people. You know what I mean? The opportunity has presented itself for me to join some different false faction or another with the promise of fame. I can show you messages from Christian groups. I can show you messages from Christian groups that ask me, like, basically, if we allow your new age spirituality to grow, where do that leave Christianity? Like, literally ask me questions like that. Like, if we allow your new age, uh, spirituality to grow, where does that put Christianity, and so on and so forth? I got so many messages from different organizations. Some people from the Baphomet, they wanted me to teach you guys this stuff. They's like, well, I'm gonna send Mr. Sunday 2026 is supposed to be the day. I'm gonna send you the books. I'm gonna send you these books and stuff like that, because they like how I was articulating everything, and how my mind can hold the memory of stuff. And they were like, I'm gonna send you these books and so on and so forth, and I want you to teach it to people. But it was Baphometic stuff. It was like the stuff about the Baphomet and stuff like that. And they were like, "We want you to teach." I ain't want to teach it, because if you want me to manipulate, or if you want me to teach people Alice and Crawley and all of that stuff, then why can't I teach them the truth in it about the chakra systems and so on and so forth? Why can't I teach them that? Why can't I teach them how the 12 strands of their DNA is linked to the 12 zodiac signs, the 12 symbols? Why can't I teach them that part of it? You just want me to teach them the part that you want me to teach them, to keep people in that mental manipulation. You know what I'm saying? You know? Look, I'm not lying to y'all. Look, you see that? I'm not lying. I just was determined to do it my own way, because, and that was a good person that sent that stuff. But let me go to another person. And this was Riri on the Discord, right? Uh, hey Ralph, hope you're okay this Friday, hun. Keep up the knowledge and laughter and love, right? All these people, and then they went back and they try to make it seem like I had had some type of problem with them or something like that. But really, I never responded, never said anything like that. I always spoke, you know, truth. I always been looking for the truth. That's it. Hold on, let's go back past this bull crap that happened. Where's this book at? I know this. There was so many different little opportunities that I had, but I didn't, to be honest, like, I'm not that type of person. Like, I see it. Like, I'm glad that I studied a lot of stuff already, because once I studied it, then it all became clear. You know what I mean? It all became clear to me. You know what I mean? You know, if you look at this, like, we had, people that were in, like, they literally, like, was in Jaguar's phone, sending me messages from Jaguar's phone. Do you get what I'm saying? They was in Jaguar's phone. How is that? I think Jaguar wanted me to show this stuff so she can try to say I was stalking her. Like, I never showed it. This was last March. Yeah, this was last March. And people were sending me stuff from her phone, like FaceTime pictures from her phone. How? 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 because they thought that I was going to bring it to live and show it to you guys. They thought that I was going to bring this stuff to live and show it to you guys, so then they can say I was stalking her. So she herself was sending me this shit. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, sending me her location, shit like that. And then that way, if I brought it to the live, if I brought it to you guys, then she can say I was stalking her and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Shit like this. Weird shit. Weird shit. You know? This is the level of manipulation that they play. And they make it seem like nobody knows this manipulation. That's why you never see me bite on none of that shit. You never see me respond to none of that shit at the time or any of that. You know what I'm saying? You never see me respond to none of that shit. You know what I mean? You know? Way back around that time when people were trying to get Stacy's email, right? Danny Lynn in the Discord trying to get Stacy's email. Right around this same time, that's when they started looking up who's Stacy Maley. Like, come on, I watched this shit. I sat back and said nothing. I sat back and said nothing. Why? Because we didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? We didn't want to expose none of that shit. That shit was weird to me. I was laughing at it. I was just laughing about this shit. You know? You know? I was really just laughing about it. You know? That's why I say, like, the all of it's right there. Listen.
All right, so I'm gonna stay out of the chat for now because I'm not sure if you're talking to me or not. I am under the belief that if anyone has a problem with me, that they'll say it directly to me, say my name, they'll message me, they'll call me, whatever, and be like, "Yo, Peter, check this, blah blah blah." So I'm not sure if the vibe that you're giving right now in the complete chat is for me or not, but because of the fact that I care and I appreciate the space that you've created, and I also am trying to learn and grow, I want to ask directly if this is what's going on. Because of the fact that I know that you have not received me or my humor in the way that I intended it previously. So it might be me, I'm not sure. Please do not assume that I'm trying to be an asshole or something. I'm really not. And like I said before, we might just be apples and oranges, which is fine. My brother is an apple and I'm an orange too. Um, I'm trying to figure out and learn because I see that your intention is to help and heal and teach. And in that method of teaching, I'm asking, what is it about me? Okay? Please understand that.
Same people sending me messages about Sandra, right? Same people. Let me show you, right? When mentioning Sandra, sending me messages about Sandra, trying to look into Sandra Love and all of this stuff. Huh? Huh? I never mentioned it. Why? Why I never mentioned it? Why you think I never mentioned this stuff? Why you think I never mentioned this stuff? This ain't me. I ain't sending this to myself. I'm not even responding. You see? Come on. Come on. Come on. Ranger Joe. Ranger Joe. He's the funniest guy I know. Ranger Joe. Huh? I can't make this up. Trust me. I can't make this shit up. If I tried to make it up, I can't make it up. these different variations of levels of manipulation, that this wasn't on us. This was not on us. I promise you. We was ignoring this shit. We was ignoring this shit. People were sending us messages of who was in other people's chat. People were sending me messages of people. Oh, look at this person in the Knots chat, right? You see? You see? People were trying to show me, oh, look, you know, highlighting all the people that was in somebody else's chat to show me who was in my Discord was in other people's chat. You know what I mean? Trying to show me the different variations of manipulation, you know? We overlooked it. Why? Because we didn't want to participate. Kept on telling people, we don't want to participate. We don't want to participate, right? People were sending us Goombas live, the Knots criminal record. People were sending us all of that shit. We was not trying to expose that shit. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't trying to go through that bullshit. They sent it to us way before the shit took place. They sent it to me. But I was trying to figure out why. Like, why are they sending me this? They think I'm about to talk about it? They think I'm about to hold a live about this shit? I ain't about to hold no live about this shit, right? I was leaving that shit alone, left and right. That's all we kept doing. We kept leaving it alone. Leaving it alone. Kept leaving it alone. That's it. We was trying to link with people. We wanted to, you know what I'm saying? But we didn't want to keep that gossip shit going. We didn't want to keep that shit circulating. We didn't want to, you know? Oh, okay, never mind. Let's see what Blueberry was saying. I ain't going. Blueberry, just leaving this here. Okay, I'm trying to tell y'all, man. There was so many different variations of this manipulation. It's crazy. Yeah, that's what they thought. That's what they thought. You're right. They thought that I was, pressed for content. They thought that if they brought me something, I was thirsty enough to talk about it. Yeah.
Hello? What is Hello?
Listen,
Yes, I'm sorry. There's a TV right next to me, and
that's not a TV. That's somebody listening to
I
Danny Robinson in the background, calling about something else. Listen,
Oh, thank you so much for calling back. I really appreciate it. We were concerned. And
What's going on?
okay, so
when I say they was
basically,
sending me all types of stuff,
well,
I never even looked at some of this stuff.
we're in this like chat room, and it's kind of like a family thing because a lot of people don't have family that live close to them. And I came home to visit, which I'm only like 4 hours away from Harrisburg. And
This is about Ada.
some people got into an argument, I guess, that night about some stuff because we understand that Ada was going through some things. Well, she sent a text to one of the group leaders, and I'm one of the moderators in the room. And what happened was she said I might as well just kill myself. And after we found out by going through, because we were going to help her try to get an attorney, all this stuff, and it became like this big thing. And from that point on, it was like the next day we heard from, like, well, she said, well, this guy said he was her husband, but we're looking at the police records. This is not her husband. This is the guy that was part of the reason why her kids got taken away from her last year.
Jeremy.
And we started worrying, like, nobody's heard from her. Like, nobody has. And he's saying that it's because she was in a coma. So he had sent 3 different pictures.
I don't
You know,
know.
that she's really in a coma or
Listen
whatever.
to me. Listen to me, Imani. I don't know. People were sending me stuff. People were sending me stuff. I was I was like, what? I'm not using this. I'm not using that. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. I didn't tell them that. I just never used this stuff. I just never used it. Back then, right? Back then, it wasn't no point of using it, right? Because we were pointing out that everything was fake. Everything was, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't no point of using it. I'm just pointing out the level of manipulation and control multiple people were playing. It wasn't a delusion. It wasn't like, oh, I would be paranoid too. Like, no, no. I sat down and I literally sat down and thought and looked at all of this shit. Like, it's not no, oh, I would have been paranoid too if the not was sending people to my Discord and da 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 trauma bonding with all my friends. And no, this is a deep level of darkness. And there's so many people involved, it'll make one person look crazy to try to make the connections with all these people. I'm just pointing out all of the stuff. I don't need to make no connection with all of these people. Why? Because that's what they want you to try to do, right? So they can come out and say, oh, so I guess Rock Nation and YouTube is after you. I guess this person and that. They want you to do all of that weird shit. So they can paint you out to be some type of crazy person like Jaguar, because Jaguar is the image of that right now. So anyone who's speaking on the different variations of multitude of levels that she's speaking on, they're going to deem them to be crazy, just like they deem Jaguar to be crazy. That's why she was the perfect person to let be the face of conspiracy theories, right? A crazy fucking mental patient is the face of conspiracy theories. That's like Fire in the Sky. That's like the movie Fire in the Sky. The person who was telling us that aliens was taking us and probing us and shit. Nobody didn't believe him when it came out in 1976, right? And then here we are in 2026, and now they telling us aliens is real. So that dude that was real back then, running around talking about fire in the sky, because that was based off true stories, right? But let's finish listening. I'm sorry, I got to rambling. See, that's probably why I never played it before, because it's 14 minutes long and I talk too damn much.
And so we looked at the pictures, and you know, like how on Google you can put a picture and do a search?
Mm-hmm.
We put one in, and it was a COVID person in California. Then there was another one in Iowa. And then the one with tubes up her nose, we don't even know if that's really Ada. And it doesn't, that one did, that's the only one that didn't come up. But on Instagram from, I think it was 2000.
Now, why do you think I kept all this evidence?
Well, she had posted on her page, which her page is now down. But it said that this was from a domestic violence.
I think I kept all this evidence
on how she got that way. So since nobody's actually spoken with her, and we know hospitals can't give out information.
Told you I was how many steps ahead of them?
Yeah.
How many steps ahead of them did I say I was?
He keeps on asking people for cash app for coffee, gas, food, whatever. And honestly, I mean, we don't even know if he's a US citizen, because we've noticed 4 different names for him now, according to his social media. And we're just kind of worried about her to see if something did happen to her. And if something did, that's fine. But because
They want to bring back up.
we don't know if he's really a citizen,
They want to bring back up Ada. Are
something
you
happened
sure?
to her, and he's trying to put it on us to where no one's going to look for her, and then no one ever finds her again. We're just, we're just concerned, like we don't even know what to do. And I started thinking, well, hold on. I'm not that far from Harrisburg. Let me see what county that is. And I looked up, on the 911 calls. I'm going through every single one. I don't see nothing about anything suicidal. And I know that fire trucks would go, like if, because we call 911, and especially if it's something like that, a fire truck comes, of course, the police come, and the paramedics come.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all. I mean, I don't need to know if she's, or well, none of us need to know what hospital. We don't want to know anything like that. We just want to know if that's what really happened.
Call is taken.
It's okay.
I got you. What was the husband's or boyfriend's name? That
There's several. He has a nickname. I was writing them down because they're in the chat right now talking about it. Luis, but he goes by Jeremy. But on the court records on January 2024, when all 6 of her kids were taken from her.
The receipts are in, Asher. Maggie has nothing to do with the Ada thing. I have shown numerous receipts that shows Bonnie stated that it was Stephanie and the Mike network that brought Ada into it. Stephanie said she was the middle person for Ada. So if anybody wanted to send money to Ada, they had to send it to Stephanie, and Stephanie made sure that Ada got to it, or it got to Ada or whatever, right? If you notice, half the times that Ada was even brought up, Stephanie was on Maggie's panel. Right? Stephanie was the one contacting Maggie on the back end, telling her and keeping her in track of what was going on with Ada, right? All Maggie probably got to do is go through her WhatsApps and find Stephanie's. Well, I don't know. All of their WhatsApps might have got it deleted or what, I don't know. But all she got to do is go find Stephanie's chat log and see that it was Stephanie. Huh? You call her Heffany, I call her Stephanie. Huh? It was Stephanie. And this is more evidence and proof. That's why I said, do they really want to bring up the Ada situation? That's why I said, do they really want to bring up that Ada situation? Jaguar latched onto it because she thought it was a good way to scheme and scam. It was Stephanie who brought it to the table. They was trying to get it to the Atwood's network. in order to grift over there. Because whenever Jaguar went on the AtWiz network, so many numbers would come in. They were trying to get it to the AtWiz network. You know what I mean?
It was Luis, and then Jeremy Ramos DS. Nickname is Choco, Choko, and there's also Harry at the end of that.
I know.
And then
Okay.
oh,
For the one off the court dates, it's Louis Jeremy Diaz.
Luis Jeremy Ramos DS.
Ramos.
Then it has in parentheses Choko, and that's also with Ada, where
That Snoopy and
the
her are freaking out. The two are getting involved.
Choko.
Well, Maggie asked me to help with the Snoopy thing, so you know, here you go.
Birth or anything?
Just doing what's right again. Despite all the attacks and
Her name, and I can't.
all the tearing down on us that people do, you still see us just doing what's right.
It was last February.
When
February of 2024.
Yeah. So
Do you know if she still lives at the 1221 J Orler Road?
No. So what we did for that, she was on government assistance.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess she was going to get evicted for, I think it was like $81. So since the kids didn't live with her and she was not allowed any contact whatsoever,
mm-hmm.
that's why we started searching on her like social media pages before he scrubbed them and took them all down. The mother, well, we figured out who the mother was. She said that she hasn't seen her daughter either.
Highly involved.
Over in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
And
listen now.
Then there was another name. Oh, because she's live, I can't ask her. Her name's Danielle Robertson.
Listen.
But she found another person, and the nickname was Onyx. And we found, and like, there's a video, and if you go to her YouTube page, it's not the same person. That Jeremy or Louise Jeremy.
Y'all like this? Man, we should have a day called Receipt Day. You know what I'm saying? When we get our lives back up and shit, we should have a day called Receipt Day. You know what I mean? One's in the chat if y'all liking the receipts brought to you today. Huh? One's in the chat if you liking some of the receipts that's brought to you today. You know? I heard that Murph passed away since what? All of them going to distance themselves from that situation.
It's not the same guy that is in this picture with a child, and he's getting high in a car with a baby in the back seat. Right. Ada's not in the car.
Okay, do you know if Ada was a U.S. citizen?
I do not. Okay. I only met her because they're the group that we're in. It's like victims, men and women, that have been victims of sexual assault and missing kids, and kids that may have been in CPS that.
The group that we're in. Oh, I wonder who wrote the book on love, huh? I'm trying to tell y'all, man, do y'all really want to expose anything? This is why I keep on saying, leave me alone. I have put all the evidence to the side. I have literally sat there and analyzed this shit in my mind over and over again, right? I would like to move on with positive and peace and prosperity and love and unity, right? But for some reason, y'all keep on, hmm, 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 right? I don't get it. I don't get it.
You know,
But
just
you're gonna get it.
and try and for because a lot of times CPS they'll take kids when they don't need to.
You forget,
Just
you know.
I don't want to say
There was a reason why I kicked everybody out the Discord. It's a reason why I closed that Discord down. And I am the only one that can get in that. I gotta check. I think I'm the only one that has access to it. But I am the only one that can get into that Discord right now. When I see people pop up in that Discord, I kick them out. I kick them out because other people are going back to the old videos and trying to click on the links and join that Discord. I kick them out. I get them up out of there. Why? Because there's so much evidence in that Discord. Murph evidence, Wolf Coochie evidence, Jaguar rights, long history evidence from her own Facebook page, right? It's all in that Discord. I should open it back up and let people in. Nah, never mind. Never mind. I don't want that. We don't want that.
oh, there may not be a good enough reason, but they get taken, and sometimes they get put in a worse situation. But this situation's completely different.
Now I ask y'all to
And
leave
because no one's
us
heard from
alone.
her,
That's what I
that's
keep
when we're getting
asking.
concerned.
Just leave us alone. But y'all don't want to.
She lived at. Is it in Harrisburg or is it somewhere else?
She said it was Harrisburg.
See, the police was looking for Ada. That's why this was deeper than what they wanted to believe. Because as you can see, the police is inquiring whoever on the phone. The police is trying to find out the whereabouts of Ada, if she was an American citizen, so on and so forth, right? So police is asking questions. So that's why I say, do they really want to dig this whole Ada thing back up? Is this something that they really want to dig back up? I know they're using it for content. I know that they're using it to bring attention to their page and try to make it seem like, Maggie's not in America. Maggie's not in this state. Maggie don't know how deep this is. They don't know how deep this is. So why are they bringing it up? You know what I'm saying? Why are they bringing it up?
This is what happened. There was a volunteer. She's quite famous. Her name's Bonnie Ellis. Her uncle he's a priest that has homes that they were going to help pay. They're very wealthy, and they were going to have an attorney help, but he kept wanting the attorney to send the $5,000 to his Cash App. And they're like, no way. They're like, well, we'll meet you in Harrisburg. And, because there has to be paper signed. Like, we're not just giving away.
Do you hear how deep it gets? Huh? Do you hear it? Bonnie's people's well off, $5,000 sent to a Cash App instead of paying for the lawyer. Hmm. 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 So that's why I say, do y'all really want to bring this up? Like, I have the receipts. We're not, you know what I'm saying? We didn't just come over here on some humbug shit. We ain't been truth seekers on TikTok for, excess amount of long time for nothing. Like, no, I have the receipts. Do you really want to go back down memory lane with this? Y'all make sure y'all find that thumbs up button. We should have like 30 thumbs ups in here if we got 30 people in here. So some of y'all ain't participating with the program of getting that to that thumbs up button. Unless you don't like it, then give the thumbs down button. but interact some way. Thumbs up, thumbs down, it don't matter. Just whether you put a thumbs down or a thumbs up. Just do one of those.
$5,000. And so they never showed up. So that's how supposedly in the chat, and that's the thing. No one literally has ever spoken verbally to Ada, besides the one night that she gave her testimony on Testimony Tuesday about how she lost her kids. That was the last time. Well, that was the time we heard a female voice. And from that point on, we've never heard from her again, except from that was on February the 2nd. And on February 3rd was when Stephanie got the text message. Well, it was in a group chat.
Cop saying
I might as well just kill myself. And we don't know who wrote that.
Stephanie got the message. See?
And
Maggie didn't get the message.
He this
Stephanie got the message.
I'm not, well, nobody's that dumb, but he must think we are. So supposedly she overdosed. He had to call 911, take her to the hospital, but he was afraid to say what hospital, which would make sense. But anyway, she was in ICU. She took a turn for the worse all of a sudden on I think it was the 3rd, and had to have brain surgery. Nobody has brain surgery over an overdose. Then the next day, on the 5th, I'm getting my dates right, I believe. On the 5th, all of a sudden, she's waking up out of a coma saying about paying the money back to Bonnie. I didn't steal the money. I didn't steal the money. Well, we know you didn't steal it because they didn't send it to you because they weren't going to send it to his Cash App. And that's all we really kind of know.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, at this point, all I could do is check her last known address. Other than that, there's really not too much I could do.
Okay. Is there a number in case we find out more information that possibly, like maybe I don't know if they live out of a car. I mean, we just really don't know because, like, in a chat room, you don't. I mean, even though it's private, you don't always know what people tell you is the truth or not. But we have a lot of documentations of screenshots.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if something else changes,
So there's a private chat room.
Search Dolphin County non-emergency line.
Yeah, I have the 717-588-6900. And can I your name one more time, please? Just
BARD.
BARD.
Yep. Number 57.
Number 57. Okay. And more than likely, if it's not me, the other person, I don't want to get too many people calling. That's just us. Like I said, her name's Danielle Robertson. She may call because she's the one that's holding all the documentation that we have. Because we're just, like I said, worried about her.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling back and looking into this for us. It's very appreciated.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
So, do you hear the names that are said in that? You know, it's only me and one other person that would be calling you, and that would be Danielle Robinson. Da, 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 da. Do y'all hear it? Huh? Do y'all really, really want to play the receipt game? Hmm? Do y'all? Hmm? You know, because this is where Lady Letitia, received her, you know, spot. because AT2 came over and said, "Will you do an interview on a Bonnie situation?" Right? Message, chat logs. Hmm. Do they really want to keep on bringing back? And then look, you see whose message is up, right? Tara. Same person who was in the Discord manipulating, same person who was in the Discord, you know, doing this whole, one of the not mod things and sending me messages on my phone talking about, I'm supposed to be over there modding for the not, but I don't like what he's doing to you. Hmm? Hmm? I don't know where Tara's from. Tara told me she studied with priestesses in Africa and she's gonna put voodoo on me. I don't know where the hell she came from. Where I don't know. You could tell me. You could tell me where she came from. Shit. I blocked her on the phone. She sent me another message on another page, was like, "I'm working with voodoo priestess. I studied with this, that, and the third in Africa, and I'm gonna shanamalama boo your ass." I was like, what the fuck is you talking about? You know? I ain't what? That what she said. I was like, what the what? What are you talking about? Yeah, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. They was trying to tell me, like, because I exposed the text messages or showed, look, man, I'm not playing this game with you people, so on and so forth. And I exposed like the text logs and shit. They were like, you know, they were like, oh, woo, 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 you know, went all crazy, went all crazy on me and shit. I didn't know what was going on. And I was like, what? Huh? What happened? What happened? Hmm? What? The way I seen it, I was just like, I just seen it as like one of those moments. I was like, what the hell is this? Like, why is people, people started people started calling me on Discord. Um, I people started calling me and shit on Discord. Like, oh, how's your mind? How's your mind going with everything that's going on and so on and so forth? I'm like, what the hell type of weird shit is this? I don't know where Sassy Paul is from. I don't know. Well, I could find out by looking at the what you call, but I'm not gonna do that. So I don't know where she from. She can't be that. She can't be because she's wherever she at. Cash App is allowed. You know what I'm saying? Wherever she at, Cash App is allowed. You hear me?
said what I said, better clock it, clock it. Headstone heavy on topic, clock it. No edit, no debit, deposit, clock it. 10 toe down, tenfold, no swap, clock it. I said what I said, better clock it. Barcode stamp on the docket, clock it. Bar tone set in the socket. When I lock in, whole room gon' clock it. Stand on the statement, planted and blatant. Granted and standards, panic contagious, demanding the payment, handled the greatness. Candid and dangerous, brand is outrageous. My face cages, secondhand tension, pressure, compressing the lessons I'm flexing. Weaponized rhetoric, definite presence. No skeptics, I set the direction, say less. I press lines, measured and meant, descended and cemented, sentence relentless. Entered the session, bended and blended, mended, metric, rendered endless. No backspin tactics, no captions, fact check, traction, exact reaction, stack that passion. Black belt rampant, snap track crack, this impact lasting. I said what I said, down pocket. It's not heavy on the topic. No edit, no debit, no deposit. Pocket. 10 toes down, 10 fold, no swap. I said what I said, what I said, let it pocket. Barcode stamp on the docket. Pocket. Tone set in the socket. Pocket. When I lock in, the whole room gon' crack. Prime time and climb by climb. Line wide eye, design divine. Line by line, I line my rhyme. Mine stay solid, no sign of sliding. Crime or militant syllables, venomous. Minimal limits, I pivot with emphasis. This critical sentences. Rhythm with literal genesis. No folding flinch, no fracture phase. Old in the cold, no active ways. Cold in the scroll, that's capture rage. Old in the mold, masturbate.
That's why I said.
Take wonder, no retake, no wait, under, oh, lane under, no break, straight, say what I said, can't shake that, but I said what I said, better clock it. Don't cut it, don't cut, zone, can't block it. Post that quote, can't clock it. Then go, stop. I said what I said. Cold on stable, squat, we lock. Work on still, no pop. I said what I said. I said what I said. Clock it. It's so heavy on the topic. Clock it. No edit, no debit, deposit. Clock it. 10 toes down, 10 fold, no swap it. Clock it. I said what I said, better clock it. Barcode stamp on the docket. Clock it. Brought on set in the socket. Clock it. When I lock in, the whole room gon' clock it. There, blow flare, no fear motion, low gear posted and whole year focus. Go tier quotes in a slow burn moment. Pro tier flow, that showtime focus. Stand tall, can't stall my stance. Landmine lines don't cross my dancing. Headline mind, advance my plans. And deadline grind, enhance my brand. Say it clear, no static tone. Gravitone bars, that's granite stone. Carry my weight, no chaperone. Heavy is the head with the crown I own. No bluff in the cuff, I'm cut precise. Yeah. Rush get crushed when the pressure rises. Yeah. Hush when I touch that mic device. Yeah. Clutch with the vice, that's checkmate twice. A low voice, poise choice, that's quiet command. No noise, just poise. I tighten the plan. Close range focus, I guide with the hand. Whole game notice when I rise and expand. Yeah. Steel spine posture, composure lock. Yeah, no need to boast when the aura talks. Yeah, slow walk in, trust the floorboards now. Yeah, so sharp presence, the door stage watched, and you can feel that shift when the tempo bend. Center of the room, that's where I stand. Yeah, never fold under pressure or trend. I set the tone, they echo again. Yeah. Lower your tone when you speak my name. Slow down, baby, don't play that game. I don't chase, I replace, maintain. You step out of line, I realign your frame. You know. Come closer, behave. You like how I dominate space. Soft touch, firm grip, set the pace. Smile sweet while I put you in your place and whisper low. You know I don't repeat. Stand tall, but you melt when we meet. Say what I said, now take that seat. Clock it, baby, that's elite. That's elite. Yeah, I said what I said, better clock it. Whole room froze when I rocked it. Clock it. No rewrite, no copy. Clock it. Then my flag, can't stop it. Clock it. I said. Big boss talk. Big boss talk, can't clock it. Work and seal, boss seal, no clock it. I said when I lock in the whole room.
I'm trying to tell y'all, listen to me. I've been sitting back. I really just been allowing things to manifest how it's going to manifest because these people, they want this, rhetoric to where as though, how they going about it. Yeah, the UK and Ireland, they seem to be on some hella trip right now. You know what I mean? Hella trip. You know what I mean? Hella trip. It's crazy. But what can you do? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what the investment is. I don't know if it's to stop from other stuff being talked about. Um, I don't know if it's to bring up other stuff or get you to stop talking about certain stuff. I really don't know what their agenda is. I don't know. Plotter, I don't even know who Plotter is because, Plotter, is a manipulator, you know what I mean? So nobody really knows who these people are. You got to think. This is why they stay anonymous. They play these games in chat rooms that they can play these games in. They probably came over from a Facebook chat room. They can't do the same stuff on their soil that they can do in American platforms. You know what I mean? They can't talk the same way. They can't do that in their country. So, the manipulation happens, you know, on these platforms. I don't know who that person is. That's the problem. These people stay with this, you know, secret agenda, if you would say. It's a secret agenda. They won't never have conversations with the right people that's going to ask them the right questions. They won't do that, you know? They're not going to have, because then what? Then what? All of that stuff would be out the window. All of that stuff would be out the window. You know what I mean? See? Even this message right here from the knot, right? Look at this. The knot clocking these numbers. The knot clocking these numbers. He said, "We have nothing to talk about as an adult. I don't play these games. You got 3,000 out of that B and 400 from Snoopy and others while playing with my name. Die on that hill, sir." That was the Knots message to me. You get what I'm saying? That was the Knots message. As he tried to expose, shit, I can't show that. Well, the number's old anyway. I think he replaced the number. Uh he didn't change the number since then. But yeah, that was his message right there, right? And like I said, there was countless other messages that, you know, played a factor in a lot of this game that was being played, you know what I mean? Um, even so much as like they went as far as providing me with a vehicle so I can get to where they wanted me to be. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why they don't want to look into a lot of the stuff is because they know, you know, the truth about a lot of it. You know what I mean? They know the truth about a lot of it. They set this whole thing in play. They set this whole thing up. You know what I mean? That's what they don't want to tell you is they set this whole thing up. They put this whole thing in play, right? because they felt like, I was taking their money or I was interfering with their money. I got excess amount of money from this person. But that person, used whatever variations of manipulation in order to get the not to do whatever. And then after they thought they had me, hook, line, and sinker, then they were going to paint the narrative how they wanted to paint the narrative. You know what I mean? You know? You remember? All of a sudden, the group started targeting Maggie. Why? Because Little Yum Yum, right? This is what Little Yum Yum said, right? The wise black owl has threatened to false copyright claims my video on her live. So here is the link to download and upload the video that you will also a link to watch it on Rumble. Hmm. 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 That's Little Yum Yum. Hmm. Hmm. Project Ron, Project Roke, whatever his name is. Hmm. That's why I keep on asking, like, do they really want to play the receipt game? Do they really want to play the receipt game? I got the receipts. Hmm. How about whoever was not joking to me, whoever that account was, right? Sending the message to Amani or however that conversation took place, right? Different variations of conversations that took place, you know, you know. They don't know who these people are. Who are these people? They manipulate the system. I'm trying to tell you, you know? You know? I can show you the messages from, Donat and her, because Donat sent me the messages from Donat and She Paint. He sent me all the messages, about how he was manipulated, by her with her money, so on and so forth. She messaged Donat about how she was using AT2 and sending certain variations of coin to AT2. She lied to Donat and made it seem like she sent so much money, this way, right? Yeah, all these people. Just Risa said that she was the spy in the Discord because of Murph. She said Murph, had her spying in the Discord. That's why we had her in the Discord spying. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, we can go into the message log about how all this is connected. On September 9th, 2024 at 3:39 a.m., She Paint began sending large sums of money to the Knot through Cash App, YouTube, and PayPal. At first, the Knot was happy and felt compelled to reach out and build a relationship with her. She provided her phone number via Cash App, financial transaction, and a attached note. Uh, it's her real name on here, so I'm gonna just keep saying she would send large sums of cash and make promises to entice the Knot into a relationship where he was required to pay full attention to her emotions, trauma, sexual desires, and sexual expectations. In November 2024, she promised to give him 6,000 for a trip to Brazil. While in Brazil, Chevy demanded sexual attention from the Knot. She received she received confirmation via text that because I rejected her between December 24 and April 25, used Cash App and YouTube to send $5,000 for others to cyber stalk me on social media and in real life. Around June 10th, 2025, she sends an email. She promised cyber stalk campaign to have others do her dirty work as a way to isolate me and de- deplete my income so that she can have me for herself. On June 2022nd, she sent me hundreds on Cash App and promised to invest 50,000 in my production company. Each time I tried getting classification on investments, she instantly shifted the conversation to be about X. Then on July 6, 2025, she sent an exploit video of herself and informed me that she made contact with some of my friends who does know her. I told her that I was GAY to waive her attempts. And this is coming from the Knot. The next day, she attempted to X traffic me to London, United Kingdom in September 2025. I informed Blank that I was going to report her to the authorities. She texted me that she has me on everyone's YouTube channel by this weekend, which means she intends to continue financing the cyber stalking campaign against me. Right. And this is coming from the Knot. This is a message that the Knot sent me saying that this person was trying to Afric him and all this other stuff to London, United Kingdom. Do you get what I'm saying? Um, so I don't know what type of long game or what type of deep game this is. I don't know. I don't see, I don't how is Maggie's story matching the Knot story matching this person's story, like all of this stuff is weird to me. That's why I tried to point it out, but actually try to stay out of majority of it. As we pointed it out, we also kept on reminding each other, like, hey, this is not the energy that we want to become a part of, so on and so forth. Right. I remember that. You know what I mean? I remember saying that. You see how everything keeps pointing to the UK? Is it weird? Is it weird to you guys? It's starting to get weird to me. You know what I mean? It's a bigger organization. You know what I mean? It's a bigger group. It's a part. I see 11K posts from this group. 11,000 posts from this group. Mm. They got connections everywhere. Police. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Yeah, ain't no telling. I don't know where these groups are coming from, who they are. What's the real goal? You know? I don't know what the real goal is. You know? What the hell is this?
I just want to say that I am very disappointed. I really felt like found my tribe. It's closer that I found my tribe. I need to apologize if you guys felt like I was connected to chat.
And this was from C. Francisco, one of the Knott's boyfriends.
I was just explaining the situation. You guys said you wanted to team, teams. So I just wanted to totally understand where Ralph is coming from. And how they might see to, to, to try to disrupt what you guys got going on over here. I mean, if there's a over here, it's probably not a place for me anyway. Like I said, I was honest with you guys today. I wanted to try to find out my channel, and I want help from Ralph. I have told Ralph, I have told other people about Ralph. I have recommended his TikTok channel to other my family members, my friends. I have posted his TikToks on my Instagram. I have denied that Ralph is intelligent. Ralph is a good leader. He really is dropping gems. And I really feel like I have a lot to learn from him. I really do feel like I'm being misunderstood in this situation. And I would totally understand how to conduct myself to be in the store. I really like this Discord chat. I really like this group. I genuinely do like Ralph. Like I said, after I went on Madge's channel one came up and explained his situation and explained his side, I genuinely did like him. I felt like I wanted to follow him, and that's why I followed him on TikTok. Did not say to me today that I would not learn anything from Ralph and that he helped to build Ralph and all this stuff. And I don't believe that. But anyway, it's just really, wow. Totally misunderstood the situation. And I wish that it didn't happen. Maybe I should have just shut my mouth and never said anything about it. Just kept.
Now ask yourself, why is this person sending messages to other people talking about me, but not sending messages to me?
That's very fair. I need to prove myself to you guys who I am. And I need to prove to Ralph who I am. Totally deserves that respect. But I'm trying to talk to him and explain.
Oh, y'all don't. That's what I'm saying. People don't remember. People don't remember. I got all the receipts.
Speak the truth. You don't hold back. Put someone in place where they need to hear it. And I feel kind of sad about this, but trust me, I'm not going to be depressed about this. I am not depressed now. I'm a strong person. Like I explained to you guys the other day, I've already gone and done the work of therapy, and I don't have any issues. I do have PTSD at times when I do get involved in drama from people that I think that is close to me. Ralph is not close to me. He's someone that I'm trying to get to know, trying to learn from. You guys are not close to me. You guys are people that I'm trying to get to know. I like what you guys are doing. I like this Discord app. It's pretty fucking cool. I like watching videos and commenting on them. And I never really got a chance to get into like the business side of things. I totally understand where Ralph is coming from. We have a chance to talk again. I'm not going to block him on TikTok. He can block me. I'm not going to block him. I was misstepping today. I didn't know that I was misstepping the other day. He never had a talk with me on the side.
Now, how much is the not talking about me that his boy toys or whatever are pretending like they're in conversation with me or getting to know me to make him jealous? Like, how was this? How was this person? Oh, I genuinely want to get to know him. Da 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 da. I told the not that Ralph was better than him in every way, and blah blah. What the what? What?
You
Y'all don't see the problem here?
From now on, if you're going to be in here, you can't be talking any shit about it. That's going on. So maybe you guys did try to tell me about that yesterday, but I'm sorry if it comes off. I'm just trying to vent my problems, my situations onto you guys.
Just like She Paint said, the not told all these people to come into the Discord and trauma bond. Trauma bond. Go trauma bond with them in the Discord.
Tisha, she's a breath of fresh air. We had a really good live the other night. Continue on her channel and talk about trauma at all in that line. Also, today I had some conversations with some coworkers about different ideas that are important to them, and I'm going to do content based on those things. What's going on in Africa? Ibrahim Traore. I'm interested in that. fintech that's in Africa and how that's taken over by storm. I'm going to be doing content about how it's investing in fintech, and how Donald Trump is really trying to knock out TikTok because he wants to control everything. And he's afraid that people are going to move around him, and the US is not end all be all anymore. And countries and leaders in other countries are starting to realize that. So, um,
No, she talking about you going to leave now. Yeah, we're gonna block you. Gonna leave now. We're gonna block you.
on this channel and to mention some things and to clear the air. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do that right now, based on what Ralph just told me and based on what you have said. I'm not going to do that. It's not fine. Try to get so that I can
Do
get
you
away
see?
from
Do you see?
in this instance. And that's what I need to do. Someone said in the chat that I've seen lost. Maybe it's not lost. I definitely do meditate. I definitely do affirmations. I do tarot readings on myself. I'm tarot reading. And you want to see my live that I did on Lady Letitia's channel
Do you
last night.
see?
I got on there. I was very relaxed. I was enjoying myself. And two, you know, and I was just enjoying myself. And people even asked me if Tisha was going to take a break. They said, "Are you coming back tonight?" I said, "No, it's too late. I have to go to sleep. I got to work in." But that was great. I felt the love. I really did feel the love. And I stood up to Lady T today. And I told yesterday, I told her that, I think Ralph is a really good guy. I think he's intelligent. I think he's cool. I think I have a lot to learn from him. And I'm tired of all this drama and I'm going to step back. And if she doesn't hear from me for a little while, just know that I'm taking a while to kind of step back from all this drama and kind of, think about how I'm going to.
And y'all don't see the manipulation. You
So,
don't see it. Come on, man. It was manipulating all around us. Huh?
understand where Ralph is coming from. It could seem that I'm trying to build content off of you guys. It would definitely seem like, trying to infiltrate you guys from the not. And there's no way that I can protect you guys. It don't owe Ralph doesn't owe me. And so that is what it is. That is what it is. I'm truly disappointed. I'm truly sad that Ralph did not give me a chance to explain myself. But again, it doesn't owe me anything, and I totally understand because so many people come in here with all the drama. I'm so tired of it, and I totally respect you guys for that. I would totally always respect you guys for that, and hopefully, in the future, and I apologize for anything that I have done or not. And I appreciate Ralph to speak on mine in the chat yesterday, and I appreciate everything that he taught me. I'm very think and that he helped my channel. I respect your space. I will respect everyone's space, and I will respect Ralph's space. I will not force myself on anybody. And that's not what I was doing today. I was genuinely coming in today because I really enjoy you guys. I really felt like you guys are my tribe. And hopefully I can find another tribe just like you guys. I mean, I won't.
Hmm. 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 So the knickknacks do paddywhack. Huh? Extra, extra, read all about it. Receipt day is in. Huh? Welcome to the day of receipts.
Job. My ex-wife has a good job here, and I'm still legally married, so I can't and also my son lives here, so I have to be very conservative. So basically, all I do is like stay in the house. I just go to the sometimes. Very social at work. I have lots of friends at work, and I have. I'm a social person. Like I'm an extrovert to the max, and then also I'm just a loner to the max. So I just find that balance, And so, like this kind of stuff is where I have my balance because it's like I can socialize with people, but I can still be in my home. So that's why I love the Discord chat that you guys had. I really enjoyed it. So I was really bummed out because, like I said, I really felt like I found my tribe. But maybe you guys will accept me back into the fold later when I show improvements. If I show improvements like my, you know, well being and stuff like that.
Hmm. Hmm.
So much for your support and your advice. And like I said, I really, really did like you. Like I like your no nonsense attitude. I like how you talk. Um,
Hmm. Different variations of levels of manipulation just to get close to the situation. See, remember, what'd that say? I can strike Ralph. He has videos up that shows my photo on Instagram conversations. He has no clue what I can do to him. That was Tara. That was, Tara, whatever her name was, you know. It was just so chaotic. You know what I mean? They were just trying to find different reasons to strike, different reasons to attack. It was like, what the hell? 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 See, the knot was sending messages to people, and this is why I say this proves that they were defaming my character, right? The knot was sending messages to people. Let me read what this says, right? It says, Ralph convinced, or Ralph convinced that lady he was a god and she must support him financially to buy some land and a car. That she was his head sister wife to stop giving you money, etc. Ralph did her dirty, got all her nudes, information about you, me, her family, and text messages to make her look crazy and obsessed. He threatened to release all her information on the dark web. I don't even know what nudes or anything that he's talking about. So that's the stuff that he was doing, and he was trying to say that I was doing it. You know what I mean? Because I didn't have this lady nudes or anything like that. He did. The not did. But he was trying to make it seem like I did, right? And I was going to release it. So that way when he released it, it'll fall on me like I released it. You know what I mean? Same thing they try to do with Magic, which is basically say that I had the nudes, so that way when they release or edit some shit of her, they can say that I did it. Why you think I said I'm not releasing no shit like that? Why you think I told Magic I ain't releasing no shit like that? Because I knew that they was trying to make me say or threaten to do it, so that way they can do it, and then they can put on and say, "Oh, look what he did! He did this, da 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 da," and then whoever's playing the part, they cry for a little bit, and then later on they say, "I'm not ashamed of my body. I love myself." Da, 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 and then they got the support. So it's like basically tears me down, but builds somebody else's up. Like I seen the manipulation game. I seen the manipulation game. That's why I didn't try to beef with none of these ladies on here. It's a lose-lose. You beef with a woman, you say some stuff. Oh, now he's this. Now he's that. Now he's a woman shamer. Now he's this. Now he's that. Now he's that. Da, da, da. I already know the game, right? I already seen it all. Different variations of manipulation. Then the knot falls out with Sherelle and Perry over Storm Monroe, right? After the knot got Sherelle and Perry to do his dirty work over here on my panel, right? He then falls out with Sherelle and them over Storm Monroe, right? Manipulation over and over. Get people to do stuff for you. When you get done using them, then you go ahead and expose, or then you go ahead and fall out with them, create a bad guy image around them, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? It's just all games. The problem is we wasn't falling for those games. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't falling for those games. You know what I mean? We wasn't falling for them then. We ain't falling for them now. We was pointing all this stuff out then, and we kept pointing all this stuff out. We kept pointing all this stuff out. That's why I say, do y'all really want to go back down memory lane with this? You know what I mean? Do y'all really want to go back down memory lane with this? Because as far back as we go, we always been pointing this stuff out, especially, with the petty pocket in the Discord. The petty pocket, we've been pointing everything out in the petty pocket. I'm just scrolling up the petty pocket going backwards. You know what I'm saying? I'm just scrolling up the petty pocket going backwards, all of the lives that we were speaking on, we can click, you can go back and click on them and go back to the live to listen to what they were saying. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm doing is just scrolling backwards. That's it. So many different characters playing so many different roles, you know? You know? And this is when She Paint started supporting the Not Ricketts again, right? She said, "Hey, I really hope you and that psychopath girlfriend of yours work things out. LOL. I don't know why she's trying to include me in y'all stuff, put me in the videos, tag me, etc. It's weird. I'm minding my own business, living my life. I am not part of anyone's cult, even though they keep mentioning my name as if I am. I walked away from everyone on YouTube except being a watcher. It's peaceful and I love it. You're doing a great job at the keep it up." But she meant to say at the trial, talking about the Diddy trial when she got him back here from Brazil and paid for his rooms in New York for the Diddy trial, so on and so forth. So, but She Paint was the one who kept on trying to ask me to mention her name. She kept on trying to say, mention her name or whatever. You know what I mean? And um not joking to me. Wait. Not joking to me. Who is not joking to me? Because this person is in a conversation with not joking to me, and they're saying, oh, expose me, I guess, to build content. I already been to, I was in your YouTube land. We'll see if this ends up as content on Golden's channel. I certainly hope not. It wouldn't be from me. Just saying. Have a great day. One more thing. I refuse to bring up any negative energy on Golden's channel, and the reason why is I don't have my channel up right now. It's because I'm really busy. I'm trying to help Golden build hers the best way I can. Just wanted you to know that. Hey, did you see Jags live today? No, I've been busy. We don't have to do the one about Kimmy. What the fuck? I forgot those receipts was there. Hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's keep scrolling. Nick Goat needs to learn some humility. She is the one that opened up her Discord to all of people. Jag was mass report contents. Okay. So Nick Goat, I guess, works with Jag. Got Nick the Mongo. No. Nick the Mountain Goat can't be. Nick the Mountain Goat can't be Blueberry. I mean, not joking to me, can't be Blueberry. Blueberry Streets. Blueberry Streets is. Damn. Hmm. Apparently, she been telling on a lot of people. Not joking to me. So Blueberry Streets is not joking to me. Okay. Hmm. That's interesting. So she was sending that message to expose. What's going on with you? She showed me that to expose who then? Who is she exposing in that? Okay, I see what happened. All right, let's scroll. Dang, I forgot how many receipts we actually had in here. Okay. This is when Blanca came into the picture. This is when Blanca came into the picture. Oops, she did it again. Okay. All right, we got Sassy Chaos now. Sassy Paul changed her name to Sassy Chaos. See that change. Blueberry Street. Highlight of Vamp's day is creating yet another account to advance its career as a YouTube troll, another notch on its resume. Yep, that's what she was doing, creating multiple accounts, infiltrating. Yep. hmm Who is this user? Deleted user. Hmm. Damn, why did they delete their account? Damn. Okay. See, and here go Plotter. Here go Plotter, Vampy. Vampy is saying, is Patricia OG a sister wife? Why she looks so familiar? Right? And then she says, Danny gives psych ward. Danny is Ralph's queen sister. She said black T sector. Now he in the black T sector, right? Trying to tell y'all, man. I don't know where these people came from. I don't know. You gotta be. I don't know where these people came from. I don't know what their agenda is. I don't know what the goal is. I'm looking at the different directions that this is connected to. You know what I mean? I don't know what this was all connected to, who it was connected to, right? But we got the receipts. All the people that's in the Discord that was sending messages, when Stone Paxton and Meech popped up, you know what I mean? All this different shit that was happening. It was funny. You know? And then Darcy Diamond changed her name to Darcy Uppity. Darcy was changing her name to Darcy Uppity. Um, who is that light skin with the hazel eyes? Who is light skin with the hazel eyes? And this is what the not sent somebody, right? He said, to whom it may concern. Oh, no, no, no. Oh no, that was what I sent to Wolf Coochie. It was Wolf Coochie that I sent that to. Then you had Jane. Who was this? Oh, this is when this person was messaging me. Tara. Ralph, I cannot do this anymore. I was here for your knowledge. I believed in you to be called effing spy, so effing disrespectful. Your mods basically said I could be a spy. If I was such a effing spy, I would certainly would have be over with you right now. I would be with the knot. She said, shouldn't you be over modding for the knot right now? That was so effed up. I simply asked a question to find out how you and the knot even came together. Then they are all insinuating I am some spy, hurtful to say the least, right? So it wasn't even me insinuating that she was a spy, you know what I mean? But she created this in the Discord and then got mad. All I said was, we have a spy in here. My mods are looking out for spies. That's what I said. We have a spy in the Discord. My mods are looking out for spies, right? And she said, but Ralph, you honestly hurt me. I am literally crying right now. I didn't deserve that. I have been there when it was just me, you, Victoria. Uh, that was all you had in your chat. I have always been there. To be accused of that when I have drawn my line in the sand is really messed up. It's not okay to sit there and jump my ass because I asked a effing question. It's really disrespectful to my spirit. You know what I'm saying? Now spirits need to be respected. You know what I'm saying? Now spirits need to be respected. I don't even get that shit. Hey, that the respect has to do with pride and ego. That don't have nothing to do with spirit. But this is the level of manipulation these people were trying to play on, you know. Uh um there's just different variations of levels, right? I just didn't want to play the games. I was telling everybody, like, no, you have the right to operate how you want to operate. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Your operation ain't got nothing to do with my operation. I kept telling people that. You know what I'm saying? I kept telling people that. Everybody wanted, nah, 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 nah. He's doing this. He chasing clout. He doing it. Okay. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. You know? I was like, okay. It's okay. So all I kept telling everybody was, it's okay. Don't worry, guys. It's okay. That's all I kept telling y'all, right? I wasn't tripping about it. I wasn't tripping about none of that stuff. I just kept telling people the same thing. It's cool. It's cool. You know what I mean? I forgot about the gummy bear incident. Gummy bears. Yo, we was laughing so hard in the Discord, posting stuff in the Discord. Different clips that we were posting in the Discord. We was literally like, you know, big chilling. Big chilling in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? And they came in. We knew they were coming. I told y'all they was coming. I literally told y'all in the Discord they were coming. I told y'all. Even, when we moved the Discord and went to another Discord, you know what I'm saying? You know? I told y'all we're going to a Discord. I know. Once I hook the PC back up, I'll get the Discord back jumping again. Once I hook the PC, or once I not hook the PC back up, I gotta actually get my own internet because that PC takes a lot of, it needs a lot. I need a cord directed to it. That Maggi beef. We went all in on that Maggi beef. We really just laughed and laughed a lot of the shit off that they were taking so serious. We just laughed it off. You know what I mean? We had all of it. You know? Plotter coming into the Discord trying to make it seem like, oh, we wanted to talk about the world's first sperm race to be held in Los Angeles. That's what he wanted to talk about. Y'all remember that shit when Plotter wanted to talk about this? Come on, man, talking about something we gonna do a lot. He wanted to talk. Shut the playing in our face, man. Playing in our face, posting that shit. Um, um, it was fun in the Discord, was it not? We had a blast. But I told y'all it being an open Discord, I told y'all, you know what I mean, what they were gonna do, you know? And then here's another one. They said, by the way, we successfully took down the Wise channel like I said we would. I made over 10 pages yesterday just to report him. I wrote paragraph after paragraph. I hope you're happy, man. He's not getting it back, by the way. You don't need to thank me. I told you we get it. Took a day. Uh, times two as quick. I'm not gonna talk. But yeah. That what they basically, you know. Mr. Wise, a sheep with the wolf mask, saw him coming out in broad daylight. Should have stayed in the closet a little longer. Maybe it would have been so conspicuous. Uh, I know why, but I got this song stuck in my head. It goes like, hop up out the bed. Turn My Swag On by Soldier Boy. I feel like they hating on the way to not move and his personality. LOL. Listen to the song. It's resonating. LOL. It pops in my head. These were all the people. This was, Lady T, Lady. This was all their little, you know, variations of manipulations when they thought they got my page took. And y'all remember that? Y'all remember y'all remember when we lost the page? Y'all remember when we lost the page and we had to get Wolf Coochie to take his strikes off the page to get the page back? Do y'all remember that? Huh? Do y'all remember when they thought we wouldn't get the page back and we had to literally give that little bit of cooperation with Wolf Coochie for him to take that, lift that off the page? Do y'all remember that shit? Crazy days. In that little bit of time, like we was like, like they was trying so hard, right? Right? Remember that? Yo, we fought for monetization, got monetized. You know what I mean? Yo, we was fighting over here, boy, and winning every battle. That's what was pissing them off, is we was winning. You know what I mean? We was winning. Look at Snoopy. Look at Snoopy. How many sister wives voted? Snoopy trying to be nosy in somebody else's comment section. When Maggie was saying, "Oh, what trial we gonna do? The Knox trial or Ralph's trial?" Remember, I'm just going back in the petty pocket right now. It's funny. That was it was funny back then. It's funny now. We laughed at it back then. We laughing now. Shit, we was having fun. You can go back and just click on all the Knots bullshit. Just be like, oh yeah, remember this about him? Remember that? Anybody could have went in the petty pocket and just pulled out anything out of it. You know what I mean? Anybody could have won. That's what was crazy about the petty pocket. You know, you go into the not Zeus network fights and all of that stuff. You could just go the not Armand Wiggins, the full fight. Like you could just go click on shit out the petty pocket and it was all there. You know what I mean? Everything was there. It was funny as hell. They were mad, of course. They were mad. Hey, can't do nothing about it, right? Um, they were mad. It was a fun place though. We was cracking up. You know? You remember when Denat tried to post my mugshot and it's backfired on him pretty much? You know what I'm saying? Remember when he tried to do the smear campaign and post my mugshot and all of that shit? You remember that shit? All of it's right there. The history of it's right there. Hmm. It's all right there in the petty pocket. It's all right there. All of it's right there. Huh? That's why I said I got those receipts for days. Receipts for days. Huh? That's why I keep on asking people to just leave us alone. Just leave us alone. You know? Your troll farm is nowhere near the truth. You know what I'm saying? You know? The truth will always remain the same. Truth will remain the same. Promise you. All their lives will keep on changing, keep on changing. And somebody said now Ralph has become Maggie's little lapdog, hopping from platform to platform, making excuses for her disgusting behavior and pushing the cult amongst traffic narrative. He didn't even have the integrity or courage to openly admit to Maggie that she's a clout chaser. You know, trying to make it seem like I was working for Maggie back then or protecting her on different platforms because, we stood up. Um, you said who said that? Come on now. Come on. That kind of selective morality is standard of treatment exactly was made me realize maybe Ralph isn't the guy I should be taking advice from when it comes to operating a highly vibrational frequency. To me, it just sounds like he's still got a lot of growing up to do before he starts preaching to his audience. What really gets me is when he claims his intentions are pure and noble and that he's only going after the knot because he's fighting for women. Please, he's personal beef with that man for months. He's just latched on to she paint situation because it serves his bigger goal to destroy the knot. But here's what he fails to realize. Even if he does succeed in tearing the knot down, Maggie will still be Maggie. If it's not the knot, it will be another dude with money, and Ralph will be left watching from the sidelines again. Oh, snap. These people were obsessed. I also suspect the same jealousy was behind Ralph going after Murph. Remember when there was rumors floating around that Maggie and Murph might have had a romantic interest in each other? Well, Ralph went into overdrive trying to expose Murph and his fake psychologist grift until, surprise, surprise, Murph was out of the picture. Now Ralph wants the knot gone too. But here's the problem. Maggie likes her money, so Ralph can't exactly count on her moral compass to cut the knot off. Even trying to label the knot a woman abuser isn't doing the trick. So now Mr. Wise has press, and maybe it's time he accepts the truth that initial infatuation blinded him, and maybe, just maybe, Maggie is a lot like the knot. She doesn't mind his energy because they both come with the begging and messy reputation, and honestly, they seem right at home in each other's company. Mm. Man, we can just go on, you know what I'm saying? We can go on for days, but we can't go on for weeks. I don't give a damn about nothing else. Seeking truth is all I need. Nah, I wanna talk. Devontae sang. Uh, they yo, this is funny scrolling back to all of the bull crap. It's hilarious when you look at how much bull crap they were trying to push in different directions, you know? And people try to say that we were, falling for the manipulation. No, we wasn't falling for the manipulation. We were the ones pointing it out. You know what I mean? We were ducking that shit like the plague, making fun of it, laughing, you know? We was laughing about it.
System. Definitely, they got this weirdo here in the chat. This the Trevor Green. Let nobody be in this chat that's talking junk. If somebody's talking junk, peep me to it immediately because I ain't paying attention and Locke be on it. But Locke is always on it. That's one thing I will say. But baby, you comments say. When we were live, we had a troll. His name was Trevor Green. I had never heard of him before. I had never seen him before. Jaguar, Wright, and other people let me know that he was a troll. But there is something that I'd like to say in regards to the exposure of Locke. I'm so disappointed in her. Oh, you didn't?
You don't remember this? You don't, rem- you don't remember this?
Word.
Huh? Y'all don't remember that?
Very dry, sarcastic.
Huh? Who exposed Rock? Apparently, they was all over the place. Natanya Rubin's chat, you know, you know, you know, building up content all over the place.
Make it rain, make it rain. Hey, make it rain, make it rain. Hey, make it rain. Whole thing up with ice.
Oh no, that was when they did, what was that girl? Lady Bridget did the spinoff to Maggie. That was Lady Bridget. Make it rain, make it rain. That was hilarious times. Hilarious. You hear me? Y'all remember when the divine masculine came and popped up? Started sending everybody all these messages, the divine masculine. Y'all don't remember that person? Huh? Y'all don't remember this person? They were saying, like, I remember when he said he wanted to get rid of all the men and have all the women to himself. I guess the knot was right. I'm just here for the knowledge, not to get with anyone. It is what it is. I'm just disappointed, but I hope you have a good day. If it is competition for him, well, I'm already out because I don't understand why I would just get kicked out like that and anyone else is, right? This person. I think Ralph banned me. If so, I think I'ma just leave the community. I joined the new link. I looked it up and said that only when you're banned. If I'm banned for real, y'all not seeing me again. It was nice knowing you guys. It was what it was. Wow. I'll just watch on YouTube if anyone, maybe he just wants only women in the Discord. It's okay. I understand. Good luck and goodbye. Didn't do anything to get banned. Blah, 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 right? I never banned this person. Don't know who this person is. This person sent me a message and said, do I have a problem with, you know, what you call people being in the Discord. I was like, I don't have no problem with nobody being in the Discord. You know what I mean? The Discord is an open Discord for anybody. You know what I mean? So then they go on to finish telling this person, see God trying to, the knot told us everything, girl. It's not looking good. See God trying to save me because he's up to no good. The knot said he's scamming. Y'all save yourselves before it's too late. I just don't want to be a whole natural situation where y'all gotta end up putting yourselves YouTube or on CNN because cult leaders told y'all to drink y'all pee and poo and trees and already said he gonna make it into a content house. It's all a plan. Yeah, I'm just trying to save y'all. I wouldn't want y'all to go down that route, especially Golden and you, because she's such a nice person. She has her platform. She doesn't need to depend on no man. She's got good mindset. She's a strong black woman and she's been through it before. Can't let it happen again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, all the receipts the receipts is there. Girl, you stuck because you got a wrench. Remember, he said that, Wrench, you better run. I love y'all, but y'all better run. Boy, oh boy, I been knew he was going to ban me. I was just waiting. This is how it all begins. I must not be a devoted. People think they God, praise the Most High, woo, I'm a free man. It's telling you it's going to happen. He's going to start acting out. He's going to start acting out of line with y'all. It's just the introduction. Wait a little while. He's going to start being abusive and showing his true color, his true traits. Like the Knot said, it's because y'all don't know him long enough, raising his voice at women. See? All the receipts are there, right? These are receipts to show. And look, I'm not just reading this, you know what I mean? Look, I'm not just reading this, right? These are receipts to show someone trying to, tear down your support system, sending back messages to each person. This is why they said, what's the list? Who's on the list? This is why they keep coming in trying to find out who's on the sister wife list so they can target one of y'all next, so on and so forth, right? This is what they do. They send the back messages to y'all, thinking this is why I said don't tell y'all, don't say who y'all are, don't say who it is, because then they get in there, they start clicking on y'all names, and then they start sending a bunch of back messages to y'all, right? They can laugh in the chat. I'm going to laugh when they get great. You were right. He's evil. I hope y'all heard what he said. He's 20 steps ahead. Does that sound safe? Sounds like he's going to use that as his advantage to take over. He gives me villainous vibes. Everyone from the Knot said he's no Bruno, and I trust him. He's a pimp daddy. You are in a cult. Sorry, I can't be a part of the cult. He already kicked me out. The demons he worked with probably told him bye forever. I'm only reading this to tell you the levels of extent that they're going through. You know what I mean? Right? You know? I'm only reading this to show you the levels of extent that they go through. You know what I mean? Yeah, this person says, this person laughs, but they says, I love Ralph, right? And they say, it's okay. And then they say, so what is this right now? A private chat, right? And then they say, yup, you're in too deep, my friend. In too deep. Oh shit. Yo, this person really was in a long, 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 long chat log with them, trying to convince them, you know what I'm saying? Certain people say, I don't understand how this works, the algorithm, like they trying to figure out, like, am I manipulating the algorithm? How am I working the algorithm? How is this algorithm work? Like, how am I doing this? Whatever the case may be, like, this is what they were saying, you know what I mean? And then this person is talking about Ronnie and the Knot. And that was Lady T. Lady T was talking about how much money she spent working, on Ronnie and the Knot. Listen, I'm telling you, you just gotta go back and read. They always exposing themselves. Uh, you know, just reported brigading the one who wants to be you, showing the panel with you, bringing him on S and P, and he speaks and shows the owl being called at. This is dirty. So this is why the knot came up and called the Magi so many things on my panel, is because once he did that, he knew exactly what part, like he was writing down what part he said it on. So when he go on his pages, he can tell all of his followers what part to clip and what part to report, right? So y'all know that I never called Maggie, FAT, right? But this person is saying just reported brigading the one who wants to be you, showing the panel with you, bringing him and SP as he speaks and shows the owl being called FAT, right? That was something that Perry and the Knot was saying about her on the panel, right? And then it says, this is dirty, and the video was on the side page as I'm not subscribed. Funny how in the minute I was there, the content was him using you, helping him. I did report his evil. He could not even say Aleister Crowley or Aber Abram Abrakovich or whatever, uh calling her almost the lawyer they made the Flint Water movie about. He shows his stupidity while trying to act smart, right? And then Denat said, thank you so much. He should not be on YouTube using tactics trying to convince people not to support me. Same play, different story. Report, report, report. That's what Denat says, right? So once again, you know, we got the evidence that proves this, game that they were playing. You know what I mean? We got all of it that proves this is what he was posting on his page. You know what I'm saying? This is what he was telling them to do. When they say, like, oh, who's attacking your page? I'm not attacking your page. When they not say, I'm not attacking your page. I'm not sending people to attack your page. What are you talking about? I have all of the evidence to prove that you were sending groups over to attack my page. What are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? That's what I keep on. I don't understand why people keep on making it seem like, you know what I'm saying? You know, like you don't, like you can't just show the proof. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Here you go. I could just show it to you. You know what I'm saying?
You know that boy going over there praying on him to buy. You are so sick. Girl, I can show you the paperwork. I made 2.5 times the amount of money now that I got rid of out of my life. And when I get rid of him from the inside out, I feel like I'm gonna go up to about $20,000 a month. Don't nobody play with my soul and try to trap me. You are nasty.
See? And when I get rid of him from the inside out. So this is why he was planning people inside the Discord, planning people inside the Discord to destroy me. And then he thought he was going to go up in funds after he did that. You know what I'm saying? He said his shit's going to jump up in funds after he get rid of me from the inside out. You know? That's why y'all was getting attacked in the Discord. That's why everybody was getting played on in the Discord. That's why that it wasn't me. I kept on trying to figure out, like, they're not attacking me. They're attacking the supporters. They're attacking the people who was contributing funds. That's why they were attacking the supporters. Some of them might have came from the knot, from when I was over there. They might have thought, okay, I'm gonna support him, right? The knot probably started seeing that money coming up missing, right? He probably started seeing that, like, oh, Tara, who you sending your money to now? Oh, what's her face that sent the $400? Snoopy. Snoopy didn't send that money. Snoopy sent that money to set up the play to put the knot against me, right? That's why she pulled the money back out of the PayPal after she sent it. Laura, whoever her name is, because how did not know that money came from her, right? He said, oh, Snoopy sent you this money. That's money was supposed to be mine, right? So they set all of this up. They put all of this in play. All I was doing was on here asking people to support something good so we could build a better community in the physical world, right? People fake like they wanted to support to try to tear down accounts, right? But when you operate with a business account, Ralphdawise account, the accounts that I operate, they're all business accounts. They're linked. The reason why I have you send it that way is so it can be a paper trail. I have to pay taxes on that stuff, right? So everything that's linked to me is legitimate, right? So yeah, when she pulled back the 300, I had to replace that 300 onto the account to keep the account clean. Otherwise, they would have tried to strip the account or something, or put it on hold, or whatever they was trying to do. They was trying to stop funds. They was trying to stop finances, right? So I had to hurry up, put that 300 back. Like, oh shit, somebody reclaimed $300. What? Why would that happen? I'm wondering why I say I'm negative on my account. I'm like, what? So I had to put that money back on the account. I look into it. Who is this person? Why this person do that? I was going to reach out and ask this person why, try to explain myself to them, right? But once I realized it was a game, it was no point of reaching out explaining this to them. They didn't want no explanation. They wanted that variation of manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Snoopy, you in the Discord, you sending money, but then you also retracting the money that you send to jam up people accounts, jam up people finances, put people in debt, right? It's a manipulation game. Well, yesterday was Easter, and I do got somebody who celebrate Easter. I got to come check on them, you know. So yeah, we you know what I mean, we moving around, but I ain't gonna tell y'all where I'm at because so many people playing different variations of games. I just get to where I'm going and take care of the business and then get back to where I'm going and then you'll see me back again where you're supposed to see me at. Ain't nothing changed. I just know how this game is played now. You know what I mean? I know how this game is played. I know what y'all doing. So I ain't trying to get caught up in those different variations of YouTube manipulations, you know? Yeah, wherever I'm at is where I'm at. You know what I mean? Y'all trying to clock my background so tough, trying to see what building I'm in. Like I don't got family and friends that I can go visit. Like I don't got loved ones. Like I don't like nobody care about me in the world, huh? Nobody care. Nah, I'm joking with you. Nobody care about me in the world. It wasn't Easter just yesterday. My birthday not about to come up 420. And people care about me too. Huh? People care about me too. Nah, I'm joking. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. People love me. You say it with me. I am somebody. Say it with me. I am somebody. Don't have a cow. Don't have a cow. You know? And I loved. Even when Tara said, you and I don't want to be in the middle, he's an asshole. This is what Tara sent the knot, right? She said, you and I don't want to be in the middle. And this is because when she came over to the chat, I guess some of the ladies asked her why she was inquiring about certain questions. So she was like, oh, and they're calling me a spy, something like that. But then she went back to the knot and told the knot that I was talking about him in the Discord or something. Then she said, please be careful with him. This is what she told the knot. Uh, they are effing with you, the knot. Please be careful with him. I've blocked him from my social, etc. He would be nowhere without you. I've been staying away just because it has hurt my heart. I really cared about him. Now I'm not going to have anything to do with him. Please understand this. I did say the stream was weird, how Sherelle was going off, but I love both of you and I don't want to be in the middle. He is an asshole. I shared his stream with Danny one time, so all of her people went there too. I've learned my lesson. I only fuck with you, and I like King, Ban, Kimmy, but other than that, I'm not dealing with Ralph. He is ungrateful for what you have done for him, and I wanted you to know he does not have your back. He has been talking shit for a while. I'm no longer in there and will have nothing to do with him. Just please watch your back. You are beautiful and bright for an asshole like him. That's what she sent him after I told her, after she said she felt like, the ladies in the Discord disrespected her or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what the hell? You know what I mean? And then Donat says, you're too invested, and when situations like this arise, I will cut everyone involved off. I cut off thousands similar reasons. I thank you for your support, but no, it's time I depart for you, Ralph, and or any person, character, or subject that caused me discomfort or put me in a position where YouTube isn't fun. Good luck, you, Ralph, and all of his supporters. Even the ones I gave him are no longer appreciated or no longer acceptable to my journey, right? That was what the not forward her. That was what the not forward her, right? Um, and then I showed the $243 that the knot had up for the GoFundMe for the bike. And I think at one point I actually clicked on that GoFundMe and it's actually something else now. So he like kept the same GoFundMe, he just changed it to something else. So the same GoFundMe is still there. He just changed it or altered it or something like that. I can't remember. But when I clicked on it, because it was back then. Um, and then Riri, She was in the Discord talking about Maggie is live slandering me. Just D's, it's bullshit. Or Maggie is live slandering me, slandering Just D's is bullshit. Oh my goodness, this live with these people are BS, right? That was the Riri person who tried to make it seem like I shouted them out when we were going through the farm kidnapping thing, right? Try to make it seem like I shouted them out. No, you don't remember being in my Discord? You know what I'm saying? You don't remember being in the Discord? People trying to act like they don't remember being in the Discord. You know what I mean? These players act like they don't remember being in the Discord. Make it seem like they didn't do nothing wrong. They don't remember none of this stuff. When you go back into the Discord, you see it right here. Now I see. Now that's what I was scrolling back to find out. Who was this name? So the name that's in the Discord that says deleted, that's RC117, right? Deleted user. Yes, I am RC117, deleted user. So that person deleted their account on Discord, RC117, right? I kept on trying to figure out who is deleted user. A deleted user only pop up if they deleted their account. So I was scrolling back in the petty pocket to see who was deleted user. Their chat is still there. The name just pops up, deleted user, deleted user, deleted user. So now as I scroll back, I see deleted user is RC117. You see the game? You you see the game? Oh, why'd you hide Maria? No, why though? Uh. Like, what the hell? What the hell going on? See, RC117 was talking about I hate when people bring up my name, so on and so forth, right? That was what RC117 was saying. But now I know who he is now in the Discord because it says deleted user. It says where he told on himself. He deleted his account, but the chat log is still there though. You know what I mean? Yep. I was trying to figure out who that was. That's all I want. You gotta keep an active chat log. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep a accurate account of this. Yeah, I know, but he was in our Discord. He was in our Discord. You know what I mean? And his chat log disappeared in the Discord. But I mean, his chat log disappeared. His name disappeared. You know what I mean? His name disappeared. So you couldn't see his name to show that he was in the Discord. It was because he deleted his Discord account. You know what I'm saying? He was very active in the Discord, but he deleted his Discord account. So when you delete the Discord account, it keeps the chat log there, but you pop up as deleted user, right? Because that user don't exist anymore. So you pop up as deleted user, right? So he's in there, but now it says deleted user. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very active in the chat, especially in the petty pocket. Yeah. Jack doesn't deserve my energy. She's boring and old news. That's what he was saying. He was like, the name Ralph is a major trigger for Maggie. It's hilarious, but I guess you have what annoy people. She does carry a whatever. And then that's when he was saying fact, she's irritated. The name Ralph does truly bother her. I have even mentioned one time, I think, so on and so forth. Yep, that was him. Deleted user. Yep. It sure is. On YouTube, I am RC117, and that's my birthday 117. Yep. That part I want just say I am a true Capricorn and I don't tolerate BS. Yep, that's you. Yep, that's him. That is him. Talking about I was a breath of fresh air. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's why I thought that RC117 was AT2 at one point. Remember we was watching AT2's panel. RC117 was also in the voice chat, but it seemed like AT2 was responding when RC117 was in the diss chat. He was listening to us and it seemed like he was responding, but RC117, I thought that RC117 might have been AT2, to be honest. Because when he was talking in the Discord, I thought maybe, just maybe, it sounded too much like AT2 altering his voice in a way. I could be wrong. It could be a whole different person, but the act of how they was responding in the Discord was very, very weird. Because at one point they was, you know, because they were, that's exactly why I can't watch Maggie, Danny, and all of any other one. That's what they were saying, all types of stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, we had some people in there. Randomly Tiffany. I don't know who that was. That might be just somebody that was in the Discord. Yo, we had it. All of it's right here. Everything is right here. All of the trolls, all the people that popped in periodically, all of them right here. All the names. QQ, do you love me? Um, mm-hmm. Danny Lynn was cool with us. I don't know what happened with Danny Lynn. How did I fall out with Danny Lynn? Yeah, I got to reach out to this person and figure out how I fell out with these people now. Some people I might owe apologies to, some people might not, but how did I fall out with some of these people? Oh, that's why. Once I fell out with the Avengers. Oh, once I fell out with Danny Robinson, that also, okay, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Damn, I gotta kiss Danny Robinson ass. No, not after she gotta apologize to me first. Danny Robinson better apologize to us first. Fuck that. If any apologies is in order, she owe us an apology. She tried to tell a black man on the phone that I was running around stealing people land, not knowing that this is damn near a family member she talking to. You damn near called my family and told my family that I was running around with a white woman stealing people land, stealing black people land at that. Fuck no, you owe me an apology. Fuck that. You feel me? You feel me? Hmm? She owe us an apology. Say some shit like that. Huh? Give us an apology. All right, let me get out of here. I gotta go do stuff. Replay game, do your thing. You know, grant, love and light to everybody, man. Y'all have a great day, man. If nobody told y'all that they love y'all today, let me be the first but not the last to tell you that I love you. Right? Remember, one's image of oneself should be greater than reality, you know? And be nice to yourself today. Be nice to yourself. Hope y'all like the receipt day. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all like the receipt day. Hope y'all like the information that was brought, exposing whatever we expose. Cause they want to pull up receipts. We could pull up receipts. They ain't gonna like it. But the receipts check out. You know what I'm saying? Back down memory lane. You know what I'm saying? We can go. We can go back down memory lane. If y'all want to take that journey, we could take a trip. You know what I'm saying? We could take a trip back down memory lane. We can go. We can talk about some things, show some things. Hmm? Hmm? Please don't grow up wondering.